Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Reading with the Crew, The Entrapment of Brendan Dassey, Part 9. Doc?
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61, and welcome everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Dr. Silkman. I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. Heading towards the end of winter, so it's still a little bit chilly over here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And as Jack61 said, we're going to be continuing our series entitled The Entrapment of Brendan Dassey that both Neville and myself put together, of course, with input from everyone at Foul Play. And also, we received some excellent feedback, which we've incorporated into this podcast. And needless to say that this podcast is going to be a very, very interesting one. We're going to be covering some new topics. I believe that we have found some very important, relevant information, which we'll be presenting to you very shortly. Again, guys, welcome, no matter what platform you're listening from. Thank you so much, and we do appreciate your time and your feedback and also your excellent questions. Look, let's start the podcast and introduce our esteemed panel. Today, we have Jack61. Welcome, good sir. How are you coming along?
Doing very well. Hello, of course, to you and Cherie, I don't recall, and everyone in the live chat. And as Doc said, we appreciate everyone that's still interested in these cases and finding the truth, finding your truth. And you're welcome to your own opinion. There's thousands of documents and so forth that not only us, but others around the globe have put together to find the truth in these cases. So we welcome that.
Yep.
And thanks, everyone. Looking forward to today, Doc. It's going to be a barn burner. I guarantee that.
I think so. Thank you so much there, Jack61. And next we have, I don't recall. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Reading with the Crew.
Awesome. And again, guys, welcome everyone who's in chat. Look, please let us know where you're listening from and what platform you're listening on. It's great to get that sort of feedback. And yeah, again, guys, if you have any questions, please place a queue and we'll try and answer your questions towards the end. So, guys, we're not going to waste any time. We have a lot to cover today, some really, really important stuff. So just to give you guys an idea of the type of areas that we'll be covering today, there's quite a few things. Now, I'm not sure how far we're going to get in the podcast because it potentially could generate a lot of discussion, but we'll play it by ear. So what are we going to do? We're going to do a much deeper dive into the 2 October 31st calls that were between Jody and Stephen. These were recorded phone calls, and we've got them on our YouTube channel for you to listen to. It's very, very interesting. So we're going to do a deep dive into that. And also we're going to investigate what Mr. Kratz believed actually was going on at the Avery salvage yard when those 2 calls were made between both Stephen and Jody. As a result of listening to those calls and doing a deeper dive on those calls, we're going to ask the question, where actually was Brendan Dassey? Remember, this is a narrative derived solely by Brendan. This is his perspective, his narrative on that particular day. So we need to ask and find out exactly where he was. We're going to try and work out a potential timeline and look at the events that took place on October the 31st. Now, we need to ask the question, was there an actual fire in Stephen's burn pit? So Jack61, I'm still on the opening slide. I'm just going through what we're going to be talking about. So we're going to ask the question, was there a fire at Stephen's burn pit? That's very, very important to establish. The other thing, which I wasn't aware of, was Stephen actually planning a bonfire for his own nephews and their school friends, which is very, very interesting. So was Stephen going to prepare a bonfire sometime during that week? Also, now we've deep dived into this before, but it is very, very important because very interesting. what actually occurred during the court case. And that is the presence of Teresa's blood inside the RAV4 cargo bay actually presents a fatal flaw for the state's narrative of how that blood got there. And we're going to show you how attorney Tom Fallon, actually reversed what Brendan told the investigators regarding the shooting event. And I'll tell you why he had to do it. Now looking at it, it now makes perfect sense why Fallon actually had to reverse what Brendan Dassey told the investigators. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So we're going to deep dive into this. Very, very important. Now, what I wasn't aware of, and that is, did actually Brendan revisit Stephen Avery's burn pit 2 days later? Right, Jack 61. It was something that I was not aware of. Jack 61.
Well, what we talked about with Blaine last night, and I knew about that report, but I don't think a lot of people do. I really don't. And I
Yep.
actually got in an argument. Like I told you, I got in an argument with someone about that.
Yep.
It's not been that long ago at all, actually.
Correct. And there's a couple of things involving Blaine, which, if true, almost unravel the case. They're very, very important observations, and we're going to be talking about that in today's podcast. So the other aspect that we're going to look at, and is certainly very, very topical, considering what Brendan Dassey told Fassbender and Uyghur, and that is, did Brendan and Stephen actually carry out Teresa Orbach on the Blackjack Creeper? Did they bring her to the burn pit or on the Blackjack Creeper? We're going to be looking at the forensic evidence, the pros and cons of what Brendan told Fassbender and Uyghur. And finally, guys, if we have time, we're going to have a look at your questions and hopefully answer them. So get ready, guys. This is a jam-packed episode. It's also very, very important. And before I continue, guys, the only thing that we ask is please show respect. Sometimes family members do come into our chat. Please don't hassle them. If you've got questions, put them in chat and we'll try and answer them. And again, all of us here from the Foul Play team, thank you so much for your feedback. And as a result of one person in our chat who said, Dr. Silkman, I think you need to have a look at those 2 phone calls again and see if Brendan is mentioned in them. And by doing that, it unlocked a lot of very interesting information. Right, Jack 61, right, Cherie?
Absolutely.
Things that I was not prepared for, but now they make perfect sense. Again, guys, if you enjoy our podcast, what we do as a team, please consider subscribing, liking our podcasts if you like them. Let us know, give us feedback, and also share. And again, guys, because of the material that we're covering, viewer discretion is strongly advised. Okay, so you have been warned. All right, Jack 61. Guys, let's start the podcast. Now, you know that there were 2 phone calls, timed phone calls that were made between Jody and also Stephen. The first one, these are 2 calls that occurred on October the 31st, 2005. They're crucial because the state are stating that this is the day that Teresa Orbach was murdered by Stephen and also by Brendan Dassey. So these 2 calls are very, very important. Why? Because they're recorded. They've got specific time stamps. So what do these calls basically divulge? So I listened to them probably about 10 or 15 times with earphones, trying to see what was happening in the background. And this is what I got so far. So the very first call between Jody and Stephen took place at 5:36 to 5:51 on Stephen's landline, and they talked for about 15 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put down and discuss the things that Stephen told Jody, right? Now, there was a lot of chit-chat between the 2, and you can have a guess what they mainly like to talk about. But I'm going to talk about and present here things which are relevant. Now, keep in mind this. This is very, very important. Considering the time of the call, Teresa Halbach was last seen about 180 minutes ago. Okay, so keep that in your back of your mind. That Teresa was last seen 180 minutes ago. So the question is, where is Teresa? Where's her RAV4, right? So she's been missing for a period of 180 minutes when this call was made. So Stephen says to Jody the following, which I think are relevant. Stephen goes, a little bit of cleaning, selling my snowmobile. It became pretty obvious that Stephen, the day before, on the Sunday, October the 30th, had come back from Kratz. And we've also heard in calls that Brendan Dassey was with Stephen in his garage. That's undisputable. And you can actually hear Stephen talking to Brendan, right? So Brendan Dassey has gone over to help Stephen, whatever they were doing, cleaning the garage or whatever, but Brendan Dassey was there one day prior. So he also says something very important to Jody. He goes, call at 9:30. Now, that's basically asking Jody, hey, look, later on, give me a call. And if you go through the phone records, it's obvious, right, Jack61, right, Cherie? Jody is calling up Stephen all the time.
All the time.
All the time, right? So Stephen says, oh, look, call back either at 9:30. If you can't, call back tomorrow. No big deal. So you think about it. If Stephen is meant to be doing all these things to Teresa Halbach, the last thing you want is to be interrupted by your fiance calling you back, right? But Stephen had no issues. Hey, call me back 9:30. And again, because we have the phone records, we know that Jody does call in the evening, right? And in a day, she can call 5-6 times. Okay, Jody called all the time. So that was no big deal. But what is important is that there is no mention of Brendan Dassey, right? None whatsoever. And you'll see why, right? And I can't hear Brendan in the background at all. So there's no one talking that immediately identified as Brendan. It's quite clear that Brendan Dassey is not over there. It's pretty obvious that you don't hear any gunshots. You don't hear any women screaming, anybody screaming in the background. It's relatively quiet, okay? So the call lasts for 15 minutes. Nothing really major takes place. After that, Stephen calls his brother, Chuck, using his mobile phone, and that's time-stamped. So from 5:57 to 6:02, Stephen calls Chuck. Now, Jack61, Cherie, we don't know the content of that call. Is that correct?
No, we do
This is not something that would be recorded. It wasn't a jail call.
No.
It was mobile to mobile, right?
No, that's right.
What is important here is that Brendan Dassey is still at his house. That's obvious, right? And I'll go through why. Blaine's boss, Mike Corneely, phones Brendan Dassey at his house at about 6 p.m., right? Mike Corneely basically wants to know what Blaine Dassey is up to. And Brendan Dassey tells him that he's gone trick-and-treating, right? Now, Mike Corneely, I know that a lot of people have said, yeah, but where's the record of this call? And Mike Corneely, the investigator, spoke to Mike Corneely, right? And Mike Corneely told the investigators exactly where he was. It was in a hotel. And he basically can't remember whether he used his mobile phone or the house phone. But he did say that he uses Sprint Mobile, and he's had issues with that service before where calls did not appear. But there's ample proof and evidence that Mike Corneely did in fact call and spoke with Brendan, because what Brendan and Mike Corneely discuss and talk about, I'll show you that somebody else that Blaine Dassey knew confirmed it. and it's chilling when you read it, right? There's no way that you can have collusion of all these people to get their story straight. It's just not going to happen. Jack 61.
Well, and you have to ask the question, what motive would Cornelia have to lie? There is no motive for him to get in court and lie about making some such phone call. That's ridiculous.
No, absolutely not. And it's what they talked about that can be confirmed by a third party, which is crucial, right? So if we have a look at the second call is very, very interesting. So this is the second call. Just wait for Jack to put that one up. So we've gone through the first call. Nothing really took place in that call, but the second call is very important. And I want to thank, I need to get the person's name who told me to go and have another listen. And thank you so much for letting me know, because this call is crucial. Now, I want to point out again that when Jody called Stephen at 8:57 to 9:12 on his landline, that's a recorded call, 15 minutes, right? You got to understand that at this stage, Teresa Horbach was last seen 382 minutes ago, right? So you can follow when she arrived at the Avery salvage site, and now you can match it now to this call, right? At 8:57, Teresa hasn't been seen for at least 382 minutes, right? So what's happened to Teresa? What's happened to her RAV4? There are some very interesting comments which are made by Stephen, right? And also by Jody. And so you can definitely tell that Stephen Avery at this time is not inside his trailer. Stephen Avery is most definitely outside of his trailer. He's outside, okay? And so he says the following: I am just working out here, right? And you can hear that Stephen is definitely outside. And what he does is he spits a lot, right? He every couple of seconds, he's spitting. Now, you might be thinking, why is he doing all this? What's he been up to? But if you actually listen to a lot of the calls by Stephen before and after October the 31st, you hear that Stephen is always clearing his throat all the time.
Does it all the time. All the time.
It's something he does naturally all the time. Even before Teresa came to the salvage yard, he's always clearing his throat. He's obviously got saliva buildup, breathing issues, but you can definitely hear Stephen is spitting a lot. He's outside. Yes, I believe he's got a police scanner, and I don't think that's nefarious at all, right? And we'll see what Mr. Kratz thinks about that police scanner. They're a salvage yard and also a wreckers. They go and collect cars that have been involved in accidents. But where do you think they're going to get the information from? From the police, right? If they don't call,
they pick it up on the scanner.
Yeah, they do. Right? And many people have police scanners, right? But as soon as Stephen's got one, it's got to be nefarious, right? So let's continue. He says to Jody, clean up the yard a little bit, right? So there's no doubt he's outside, he's working, he's cleaning up, right? But the question is, where's Brendan? And the other question is, where's Teresa Horbach, right? Then he goes, told Barb to stay home. There's a big discussion about Barb always going out, right? And then he goes, and I've got some additional things that are not on the slide, but I'll read them out. He goes, yeah, she needs to get shit done around here, right? So clearly, Stephen is very upset that Barb is going away all the time, and she's going to see her new boyfriend, Scott Tadich. The next utterance by Stephen is crucial. And I've also got another thing else in there that I've added since this slide was made. It's crucial. And it's a very, very important statement. He goes, I quote, "She wanted Brendan to do the dishes, and I took Brendan over here to help me." Now, that meant that Stephen Avery went over to Barb's house and got Brendan and took him to where he was to help him out. Jack 61, Cherie, is that the impression you get?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So the other important thing is this statement. It's not on the slide, but I'll read it out. I quote, "When we walked over there," he's referring to himself and Brendan, "she looked at him," because what Barb wanted Brendan to do was to wash the dishes. And Barb had made the comment, and Stephen obviously is relaying it, that, "Oh, look, Brendan, the dishes are done," right? And it's obviously Barb who washed the dishes. This is crucial because it explains a lot of things that Brendan got wrong, right? And also Barb got wrong too about phone calls. There's no evidence of Jack 61.
I think that this goes again to show how terrible, and I don't mean this as a slight against Brendan or Barb.
No.
Some people just don't have a very good memory of what they've
No.
done. They
No.
can't recall it. And if they
No.
do recall it, they get it wrong.
They get it wrong. They get it wrong. But the problem is the investigators took advantage of this, right? The fact that they were getting time and events and even days wrong. The investigators took time and took advantage of this. So quite clearly, what had transpired was Stephen went to get Brendan, right? And Barb was there. Barb wanted her son, Brendan, to do the dishes, except Brendan went back over with Stephen, and I'll tell you what they did, right? So that's a crucial statement, which I never picked up. And it's interesting because Barb was even upset with Brendan because he didn't do the dishes. Obviously, Barb did. So they're going to Barb's house and then away, right? So it's interesting. But the other important points are the following. Last night, she didn't get home till 11 or 12 o'clock. She's referring to Barb on the day prior, October the 30th. It was pretty obvious from the discussion between Jody and Stephen that Barb went out all the time, that Barb hardly stayed home for a little while, went to see her new boyfriend at that time, Scott Tadich. But this is chilling and very, very important. Stephen Avery's outside. It's pretty obvious that he's outside. He's got a perfect view of Barb's house and driveway. And he exclaims to Jody twice, "Oh, she's leaving again," right? And it's clear. "Oh, she's leaving again." And the timestamp is 9:06. 9:06, not 8:06, but 9:06, right? And that's important. And then Stephen goes to Jody again. "Oh, she's gone again," right? And so obviously where Barb went, and Barb was questioned as well, Barb went to see her boyfriend, Scott Tadich, right? But it's the time that's important, 9:06, right? Then Stephen says another thing which is very important. He goes, "Over by the golf cart." So he's definitely outside and he's next to the golf cart, right? And that's the golf cart that's very likely Barb's golf cart. Jack 61.
Yeah, and I think it's important to. I don't want to spill any beans here, but I made a comment before about somebody said, "Well, how are they going to get outside in the dark and do blah blah blah?"
I got the answer.
Some carts have lights on them, and
Yep.
Anyway, I'm just going to drop that there.
Yep. Correct. 100%. I was just shocked when I saw it, right? So Brendan Dassey, his recollections were both him and his uncle used his mum's golf cart to go collect a few items to clean up the yard. And Stephen collated these items and burnt them, right? He also burnt brush because he had to deal with Josh Redont, right? These are all in DCI documents, case or report, all documented, right? But the thing is, was Teresa involved in any of this? I don't believe she was, right? This was just a normal, let's collect some rubbish, let's clean up the yard, let's burn it. But it got blown out into all proportions. But he also says, and he's clearly outside, that he wanted to paint the garage. I think he wanted to paint some of the sides of the garage red, right? So clearly, if you listen to Stephen likes to, quote, get shit done, right? He even said to Jody that he was at Kratz and he was doing all sorts of work. Remember, they were going to go to Menards, go back up to Kratz again the following Saturday, which is what Stephen did to help out. So he's very, very busy, very, very busy. Then I have to say this, and it's funny. It's not on the slide, but I have to retell the story. And serious. Kratz, the story that Kratz was peddling everywhere, including on cam, including in the courtroom, was that this was a sex-based crime. Right, guys? Right, Jack 61? Right, Cherie?
Oh,
the motive,
absolutely. Absolutely. Lure
motive-
up there, big salacious,
Yep.
blah, blah, blah.
Yep. The motive was sexually driven. Why was it sexually driven? Well, Jody was in prison, which meant that Stephen wasn't getting some, and he had to lure Teresa Halbach to get some. And in the process, he murdered Teresa Halbach. But things can't be further from the truth. If you listen to the calls between Jody and Stephen, right? What is interesting is that the day after, the Tuesday, guess where Stephen went? Stephen went to pick up Jody because Stephen takes Jody to, I think, is it the Alcohol Anonymous or some type of
Yeah. They're called Hilbert classes or something.
Yeah.
For alcohol.
Yep, for alcohol, because Jody's always in prison for a DUI. And the exchange that happens between Stephen and Jody goes to Stephen, "Oh, tomorrow you're going to get to see them," right? She's referring to her breasts, right?
Of course.
Feel them, touch them, and look, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to realize what they were doing when they encountered each other.
Of course not.
Right? They were very physical. That's obvious. And for Kratz, and also on convicting a murder, trying to make this, Stephen wasn't getting any. I think he was getting probably more action than you and I and everybody else combined, right? And Jody was very, very open about it, right? So quite clearly, the two were getting together. All they need is 5 minutes. That's it. And even Stephen said to Fassbender and Wiegert that, hey, look, I was watching some adult movies that night. No big deal. So this whole concept that, poor Stephen, he was so deprived sexually that he had to lure Teresa Halbach. All the paperwork led to him, right? Straight to his door. And, he had to rape Teresa Halbach. It's absolute garbage. Now,
and I think Doc, I can't remember, but I know the meetings were at least once a week, but they could have been twice.
Yeah. Yep. And what's incredible, I'm not sure whether it was Dennis Jacobs. There was a phone call. He goes, "What? Stephen has gone out to go and see Jody." Remember?
That's right. That's exactly right.
And they were shocked and horrified that Stephen was actually free to go and see his fiancee Jody. And
Well,
as
he picks her up and gives her the ride there, gives her the ride back.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh my God."
Yep, that's exactly right. They were shocked that Stephen had access to Jody, right? Now, if you look at these two calls, right, clearly something happened in the second call. And it's very likely that Brendan was over helping his uncle collate stuff from the yard. And I'm in agreement that they did have a fire, a small fire. Went for a couple of hours, boom, died down. That's the end of the party. However, look what Kratz said about these two phone calls, right? So I've got an excerpt from Kratz's book where he goes, no. There has to be nefarious activity going on. So, Cherie, do you see the slide?
Yes, I do.
Can you read this one out? So this is from Ken Kratz's book, what he wrote about those two phone calls.
Perhaps the most evidentially relevant. Wow, I'm having a hard time.
I know, that's a tongue twister.
Most evidentially relevant are the calls between Jody and Stephen the day of the murder itself, October 31st, 2005, at 5:37 p.m. after Teresa's either dead, lying lifeless in the rear cargo area of her Toyota RAV4, or still tied up at the Avery property. Jody places her regular late afternoon call from the local jail. Sounds of Stephen spitting are interrupted with groans and the occasional as if he is pretending to listen, but the multitasking killer is clearly on autopilot as he continues his conversation with Jody. As I listened to the call, considering what had just occurred or might still be occurring, I found its casual nature unsettling. Stephen talks about his new big TV and having brought his Jeep and snowmobile home from Kratz. At about 9 p.m., Jody calls again. Stephen, by that time, is preoccupied. In the background, a police scanner chirps, undoubtedly to warn Avery in case Teresa is reported missing, and police begin a search for the photographer. His admission to Jody that he brought Brendan over here to help me foreshadows the statement Brendan Dassey would make to law enforcement officers 4 months later, that he helped his uncle tidy up the crime scene, helped him hide the victim's SUV on the salvage property, and helped dispose of the victim's body in the fire.
All right. So notice how two trivial, boring, mundane calls, all of a sudden, Kratz has made Stephen Avery into a multitasking killer. Jack 61.
I don't know if everyone felt that my eye roll all over whoever's listening and maybe listening later. Oh my God. I can't.
Correct.
Oh my God.
Correct.
They were just two freaking calls. There was nothing there. Nothing.
Correct. And it's interesting that Kratz talked about Stephen's demeanor on the telephone, that he wasn't paying attention. He was going, Let me tell you now, you listen to any phone call of Stephen to any family member before and after October the 31st, and Stephen is exactly the same.
He does it all the time.
He does it all the time.
Goes, and it doesn't matter who he's talking to.
Nope, including his own mother. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, really? Like that. It's almost like a mental thing with Stephen. He says the same thing to anybody, exactly the same thing. And he also loves stirring. He loves stirring up Jody as well, right? So how is it possible that Kratz is able to come up with this narrative? You know why? It's because of the time, right? The time it takes to do all these horrible, nefarious things to Teresa. That means, now believe it or not, that as he's talking to Jody, as he's talking to his own brother Chuck, hell, he's got to be busy with raping, torturing, getting the fire ready, shooting Teresa Hallbach, cremation, getting rid of the RAV because of time. So that's why he had to call Stephen a multitasking killer. Yet in the background, you never hear a gunshot. You never hear of a person screaming or yelling, nothing at all. Jack 61, do we have a question?
We do have a question from 354's. What time does Earl and Fabian walk past?
Well, I'll tell you what I've found is that it wasn't the Monday. They got it wrong. They got it wrong. Earl and Fabian. Now, I'm not saying that Robert, Fabian, and Earl weren't on the property on the Monday, but it's not when they saw the smoking burning barrel. They got the day wrong, and they may have not even gone rabbit hunting on the Monday. And we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies throughout this whole narrative. But quite clearly, guys, these two calls were just normal, mundane calls between Stephen and Jody. Jack 61, would you agree?
I would agree, and I just want to add in again, and we have it's really kind of difficult to not separate the time frame that we're talking about
Yes.
between the October 30th, end of October, moving into the 1st of November, and everything that happened, and then here we are, March 1st, months later, right?
Yep.
And these guys, these investigators, knew everything that we've talked about. Everything.
Yes, they
So
do.
this story that Brendan is telling them, they have to know it's complete bullshit.
Complete bullshit. 100% complete
and
bullshit.
And they didn't stop him and say, "Wait,
Yep.
dude, what are you talking about?
Yep.
Stop."
Yep.
Because what you're telling us did not happen. We know it didn't happen. We got too many other people around to know.
Yep.
I think that's really key.
Yep, 100%. Look, there's no doubt that Brendan Dassey was over at Stevens on the Sunday. Brendan Dassey was also over on the 31st helping his uncle. The only thing that's missing there are all the events involving Teresa Hallbach. It's impossible. It is impossible. But let's continue. So, remember how we were talking about the golf cart, right? This is a picture. I'll just wait for the photo to come up. This is a picture of Barb Yunder's golf cart, right? And you can see it's just outside Barb Yunder's residence. And I discovered in a DCI document that Barb said, Brendan was not permitted to use the golf cart, right? He was told that he wasn't permitted to use the golf cart. But there's another distinguishing feature that Jack 61 is pointing to. The golf cart has got lights, 2 front headlamps, which meant that you can drive it in the dark, illuminate the area. But the important thing is this. What Brendan said was that some of the items that they collated were right next to their garage, next to the Barb Yunder residence, their garage. It didn't have to go very, very far. They picked up some tires, some wooden cupboards, pieces of wood, general rubbish, car seat, and they did, according to Brendan, about 4 trips. They collated that stuff and they put it next to the burn pit. And Stephen said that, hey, he burnt a bit of brush as well. And I agree because he had a deal with Josh Redont to burn out some rubbish. So the golf cart, no hassles driving it in the nighttime. It's got front lights. And Jack 61, if we have a look at the next slide, you can clearly see the 2 headlamps, right at the front, right? So they're not driving around in the dark. They've got illumination. And where they had to go to pick up the stuff was not too far at all. So it was around the general area, right? So what's important now is to determine the movements of Brendan Dassey. And this is absolutely crucial. Where the hell was Brendan? Now, Kratz knew the importance of this. Also, Dean Strang did. Where the hell was Brendan? Right? So, Jack 61, would you like to read out Kratz, which is the question? And Cherie, would you like to read out the answer, which is Blaine?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Kratz, do you know what Brendan was doing while you were home between 10 and 4 and a little after 5 that day?
Yes, he was playing video games.
Okay. So at least until 5, Brendan was still at home. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is why this is so crucial, and Kratz knew it. And it also displays the dishonesty of Tom Fallon and the dishonesty of Fassbender on cam. I was shocked when I saw it. For all of this to work, time-wise, Brendan Dassey had to go over directly after school. He can't be home. He has to go to Stevens, rape Teresa Horbach, go home, then come back. Guys, you get it?
Absolutely.
Timing-wise, this makes no sense at all.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to work. Blaine is with his brother, right? The two walked home together. They went directly to their house. And Brendan said, I was home playing video games. His brother, Blaine, says, yeah, they show a bedroom. My brother's playing video games. That's very important because it meant that Brendan never went directly to Stevens. And remember what Fassbender said, Jack 61, Cherie? Are you sure? Are you sure you went? Which home did you go to? My home.
Yes, I remember that.
Right? And Fassbender's going, fuck, this is not looking good. Brendan goes home. He doesn't go directly to Stephen, right? This knocking on the door, getting the mail, it was all rubbish. Complete rubbish. Right? Jack 61.
Yeah, guys, remember, last week, some of the last stuff we read, Fassbender and Wiegert were nailing Brendan. These times are not working out. We know this is not going to work. That's some of the last shit they did to him.
Yep. 100%. Though, if Fassbender and Wiegert knew how much time is required to do all of these things. And so hence, his brother Blaine saying, no, Brendan was with me. He was playing video games. That's exactly what Brendan said. But it gets worse. Strang is no dummy. Strang knew, where the hell's Brendan Dassey, right? Where is he in all this? Is he over at his uncle's? No. So Strang, if we have a look at the next slide, questions, oh my God, this is massive and very, very important because Strang, he knew that something was going on with Blaine. Things were not adding up with Blaine. So Strang questions Blaine. Jack, would you like to read out Strang, and Cherie, are you happy to read out Blaine?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's go for it.
Strang. Now, you then go off trick-or-treating at, you said at 5:25 or 5:30, you thought something like that?
Yes.
But before then, Brendan hasn't left to go get mail for anybody.
No.
You go trick-or-treating, Brendan does not go with you.
No.
Okay, let's got a note there. Brendan was at his home from 3:40 p.m. to 5:25. Teresa's been missing for 170 minutes.
Right. So look at those two sorry for interrupting. You've got to put those two lines together. Brendan is at home. Teresa has been missing at this stage for 170 minutes since she was seen last. Brendan is not there. 170 minutes have gone by. Where's Teresa? Where's the RAV4? Brendan's got nothing to do with it. Agree, guys? He's with his brother at home, and Blaine now goes trick-or-treating.
Yep, he's playing video games, and then Blaine
playing video games.
I
agree. Sorry, guys. Should we continue?
Yeah. But when you went trick-or-treating, 5:25, 5:30, whatever it was, is it getting dark?
Yes.
Okay. So this is very important because it completely contradicts Brendan. Remember, Fassbender and Wiegert were telling him constantly, was it dark? No, it was light. What time was it, Brendan? Was it light? Yes. It is impossible. The sun had set at 4:50. It was dark outside. Brendan consistently got it wrong. But if we continue, the next slide is crucial, right? Let's go for it, guys.
Okay. Okay. Or dark already?
Yes.
Okay. You're going into Two Rivers, I think.
Yes.
I'm pronouncing that wrong. I know. It's more like two rivers.
Two Rivers.
All right. And so you're walking all the way up that driveway to where Carmen is going to pick you up. Where the bus turns around,
Yes.
and for everyone that doesn't know, Carmen is Blaine's friend's mom. She came
Yes.
up to
Yes.
now. Whether it was when you were walking down that driveway from the bus or when you were walking back up to get in the car with Carmen and go trick or treating, did you hear any young woman's voice screaming for her life?
No.
3:45 to 5:25. Did you hear any gunshots?
No.
If you had heard gunshots or someone screaming for their life, that's something you would remember.
Yes.
Hell yeah, you would.
All right. So this establishes a very important timeline, guys. It meant that when, let's keep Brendan right out, it meant that when Blaine came home and was in his house at 3:50, just so remember, these times are always going to be a little bit variable. You're never going to get it to the exact second or minute. It meant that between 3:45 to 3:50, whenever he entered in his house, because remember, he's walking up the driveway, the gravel road. He's walking towards his house. Between 3:45 and 5:25, he doesn't hear any screaming, any woman screaming. He doesn't hear any gunshots either, right? So that meant that for that particular time period, no one hears anything. No screaming, no gunshots. Even Chuck said that if there were any gun being fired on my property, I would hear them. Chuck didn't hear any gunshots. What is interesting is that the narrative involving hearing a screaming woman comes from who? Brendan.
It comes, yeah. Chuck?
Only came from Brendan. But there's
Right.
one problem. Where is Brendan? He's inside. He's
Right,
inside.
he's home.
He's inside his home with his
That's right.
brother. Right? So this whole thing of collecting the mail, hearing the screaming, knocking on his uncle's door is complete garbage. Why? Because he's home. But there's something very, very important. And that is, notice who he said picked them up, Carmen, and Jack 61 alluded to it. Now, I don't have it on the slide. I only read about this yesterday. I didn't have time to prepare the slide. But we have a DCI report. You could betcha, right, Jack 61? The agents went straight to Carmen, and her name is Carmen Winch,
Yes.
Winsch. They went straight to her. I said, what's going on?
Yeah.
And what she said is crucial. She said she's the mother of Jason Cresco, right? Jason Cresco is good friends with Blaine. Carmen said that Blaine was wearing an outfit for a Halloween. Remember what Cornelie said? I think it was in court or in the report. Oh, you should have heard Brendan saying, oh, the way Blaine was dressed up, it was really hilarious. Confirming what Carmen said, that Blaine was dressed up in a costume. Agree?
That's right. And that means Brendan was there when he got his costume on.
Brendan was still home. The whole story works together unless Blaine, Brendan, Cornelie, and Carmen all colluded to come up with a bullshit story. Ain't gonna happen.
No.
This is exculpatory for Brendan. Why? The kid's home. He's not raping Teresa Horbach. He's actually at home. And he even said to Michael Cornelie, oh, you should have seen Brendan, the way Blaine, my brother Blaine, was dressed up. It was confirmed by Carmen, who picked up Blaine. Now, what Carmen says next sent chills up my spine. Carmen goes, I picked up Blaine between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. right? I picked up Blaine between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. Now, Carmen is obviously a responsible parent. You read the DCI report, Blaine, I believe, phoned up Carmen and said, I can't get a lift home. Can you take me home? Carmen goes, no problems. Guess what time Carmen dropped off Blaine?
I know what time, but I'm gonna let you unbolt that one.
Between 8:15 and 8:30. Not fucking 11 o'clock that was pushed on cam.
That's right.
Now, tell me, why is that a significant event?
Well, because it's so highly manipulative of them to try to say, well, he didn't get home till 11 and all this.
And he saw his
bullshit.
uncle near the burn pit.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Right? So Blaine, now I believe Carmen over Blaine anytime. Carmen
Oh, yeah.
is obviously a very responsible parent, and she knows what time she dropped off Blaine, between 8:15 and 8:30, not 11 o'clock. It was a school night, right? And Carmen said that she was very surprised that Barb let her son out, because normally they're not permitted to go out on a school night. So there's no way that Blaine's coming home at 11. They asked Carmen a very interesting question, right, Jack 61? Right, Cherie? Did you see any fire or any smoke? She goes, no.
Yep. That's right.
How in the hell did Candy Avery at the same spot near Mama Avery see the fire so high that she thought the house was going to burn down?
That's a good question.
No.
And she never said it for what, 15 years, 17
Yep.
years?
Correct. But this is very important because it means that Brendan is still at home. It meant that Blaine got dropped off not at 11, but between 8:15 and 8:30, and she's a responsible mother. That completely destroys the timeline. But Jack 61, it now solves one of the biggest dilemmas ever. All because Blaine made a mistake. Remember when they asked Blaine about Bobby Dassey? They said, no. When I was home with Brendan, we woke Bobby up. He was sleeping.
I remember that.
Remember that? And we're there, wait a minute. And they asked Blaine, what? So your brother wasn't hunting? He goes, no. My brother was in bed. So I thought, okay. I checked Bobby Dassey's testimony. They said, when you came home from hunting, what did you do? I went to bed and I slept for a few hours, 8:30. Guess what time Blaine gets home?
That's right in that time frame.
So when Blaine got home at about 8:15, 8:30, he would have walked in, and guess who would have been in bed?
Bobby.
So what Blaine is saying, that he's correct, but he got the time wrong. They were thinking that, and I think Blaine was thinking when he got home at 3:40, 3:50, that he saw his brother in bed. No, he likely saw his brother in bed when he came home from trick-or-treating.
That's very
Jackson,
possible.
do you agree?
Yeah, that's very possible. He could have
Right.
been misremembering that. Yeah.
Misremember, because you've got an independent witness, Bobby himself. What'd you do, Bobby? I went to bed. What time did you get up? Oh, around 8:30, 9 o'clock. I was asleep for a few hours. Blaine and Brendan would have seen their brother Bobby in bed. The whole thing, you can't make it up. It fits perfectly, right? But Blaine misremembered and got the sequence wrong, like Brendan did. But that is so powerful of Blaine coming home much earlier. Because what did they sell on cam? Oh, Blaine got home at 11 and he saw his uncle out there attending the fire. Oh my God. So the fire was going on for hours and hours and hours. No, it actually wasn't.
No,
What do you think, guys?
I absolutely agree. I remember this, and I can't remember the context. I'm pretty sure it was on. I can't remember if it was on X or in that innocent guilty Facebook group that
Yep.
somebody. I can't remember even who it was. It just was talking about this, and I'm like, no, Blaine was home by 8:30 or so.
Correct.
It's in the report. It's in one report, and I couldn't
Yep.
remember it at the time, but I know I've read this one. It's
Yep.
GCI report 141, right, Doc?
I
that
think
right?
so. Yeah, I was reading it yesterday and I'm there. You got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Right? Because Blaine's times are different. He gives 2 times, 9:30 and then I think 11, closer to 11. And the mother who dropped him off goes, no, I dropped off Blaine between 8:15 and 8:30, but I didn't drive all the way up. Why? Because the road, the gravel road is so potty. There's a lot of bumps that she drops him off at the bus stop and Blaine has to walk all the way back.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad road, especially if it rains.
Correct.
Almost get stuck. It's just a crappy road, or it was at
Correct.
that time anyway.
Correct. So she never smelt any smoke. She never saw any fire. But as Blaine got closer to the house, he can see if there's a fire in the burn pit, but you have to be close to the house. So it all fits in perfectly, right? So now I thought, okay, let's see if we can derive a timeline for these events. Now, when I work out a timeline, as everybody does, you need to get corroboration, right? You need to make sure that different individuals are saying the same things, right? So this is what I got so far. We know that Teresa Hallbach arrives at the Avery salvage yard to photograph Bob Yunder's van at approximately 2:35 p.m. Remember, these times plus or minus a couple of minutes, but they're fairly accurate. Blaine and Brendan get off the school bus at about 3:45. Takes them about 5 minutes to walk down the gravel road. They're home by about 3:50, something like that, give or take 1 or 2 minutes. But they go directly home. Redaunt notices a fire near Stephen Avery's trailer at 4:30. Now, quite clearly, this cannot involve Brendan Dassey. Brendan Dassey's at home. And what did Josh Redaunt say, Jack 61? That this fire was small and it appeared to be contained within a burn barrel.
Burn
right?
barrel, yeah.
Orange flame, etc., etc. But he never saw anybody next to the fire. And he's only, Josh Redaunt's got a very limited view to the property from where he saw it from. You can't see any detail. So he guesstimated, but he said that he saw it at about 4:30, Jack 61.
Yeah, it's too far away. We've shown the photos. I mean, they're not great photos, but it's a pretty good distance across from the deer camp and Deer Camp Road across to the Avery property.
Correct. So Barb, and I read the DCI report, they interviewed Barb. She goes, I arrived home at 4:50 p.m., right? That's her normal time of getting home. She said that she noticed all the boys, and you check their testimonies. She saw both Bobby, Blaine, Brendan, and Brian as well. All the boys were home. Brian only stayed for a couple of minutes, had a shower, went to his girlfriend's. He didn't work on his car. He came, had a shower, and left. Right? Again, contradicting what Brendan was saying regarding his brother Brian. He wasn't in the garage working on his car. Now, a short time later, Scott Tadich comes along, picks up Barb to go visit Scott's mother, who had back surgery. They go to the hospital. They leave at about 5:15, right? Now, Blaine, he leaves for trick-or-treating at about 5:25, 5:30. Brendan is still at home, right? Jody calls Stephen on the landline at 5:36 to 5:51, and we went through the call. Groel in Redaunt's gravel pit notices a foul smell. right? Just after 5:30. But wait a minute. Stephen's talking to Jody, right? You can't hear any fire crackling in the background. Nothing. It's just a normal standard call. But interesting, Growell says that he smelt a foul odor. It couldn't have coming from the salvage yard because the wind was blowing away from Growell, not towards him. So whatever he was smelling, you have to ask, is it related to what Josh Radon saw, or was it totally independent, right? A couple of minutes later, Chuck calls his brother on the cell phone from 5:57 to 6:02. Mike Corneli, who's Blaine's boss, calls up Brendan, and they have that conversation about where's Blaine and the way Blaine was dressed, and was confirmed by Carmen, right? They had that conversation on their landline at about 6 p.m. That means that Brendan Dassey is still home. Wait a minute. Isn't he meant to be helping Uncle Stephen, right? Build a fire, rape Teresa Hallbark, get all these nefarious activities going on? Time's running out, Jack 61.
It's all going down right now. It has to be.
Yep. Quite clearly, it's not, right? The other co-conspirator, Brendan, is at home, right? Now, what is interesting is that Barb returns home with Scott at about 8 p.m., right? And both of them, they recall seeing a fire in Stephen Avery's burn pit, right? At about 8 o'clock. Then Scott leaves. And remember, at 9:06, Barb takes her car, goes to Scott's at 9:06, right? And Stephen says, she's gone again, Jack 61.
I think it's important to mention that this fire was so uneventful, Scott Tadish never said a word about it in his November 10th interview. Not a word.
Until it got higher and higher.
Well, that happened, 19 days later.
Yeah.
And even then, I'm going to have to reread it, but I'm pretty sure one of the agents reminded him of what Barb said about the fire. Oh, Barb said it. I must have said that.
Yep.
He didn't. I don't even think he brought it up. I think they did.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, correct. You see, for the investigators, they're stuck. They've got to have a massive fire.
They do.
There's no alternative. There's no plan B. It's got to be a massive fire. Has to be huge. Has to go on for hours and hours and hours, because all they found were tiny burnt cremains, right? They didn't find an arm or a leg or a head or a torso. They found nothing but bone fragments. But nothing is stacking up, right? Then Jody calls Stephen on the landline, 8:57 to 9:12, right? So I'm there to myself, all right, how did this occur? How did this happen? Because we've got all these timestamps, right? There's no dispute. They're timestamps. They're corroborated by others. So if we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, I think this sums it up quite nice, right? I'll read it out. Sometime after Corneli called the Dassey residence at 6 o'clock and spoke with Brendan. Clearly, Brendan's at home, right? His brother's gone trick-or-treating, right? And Barb, his mum, saw him at home, right? It meant that Stephen Avery goes to get Brendan Dassey to help him clean up the yard, right? Remember what he said, that Barb wanted him to wash the dishes, right? Stephen went over there to get Brendan to help him clean up the yard. Now, I checked all the records. There's no evidence of any calls between Stephen to Brendan. If Stephen had called Brendan, it must have been another day that Brendan misremembered. There are no calls between Stephen and Brendan, and Stephen used his mobile just about all the time. Importantly, there are no calls between Barb and Stephen using their cell phones. Remember, Barb said, I called up my brother. I said, make sure my son's home by 10, or, put on a jack or whatever. That wasn't October the 31st. I think she got the day wrong. And a couple of days prior, in fact, one day prior, there's an earlier phone call between Barb and Stephen on their cell phones. The same day that Brendan was over with Stephen in the garage at night time, right?
Yeah. Again, I think it's important, again, guys, to remember. By this time, Uyghur and Fassbender had all these records for months.
Yes.
So they knew when Brendan said, "Oh, Stephen called me to come over to the bonfire," they knew it was wrong. They knew
Correct.
it.
Correct. Yep, 100% correct, right? So what I believe occurred is that when Stephen came over to get Brendan, they used Barb's golf cart and started collecting these items and taking it to the burn pit for burning, right? So they used the golf cart, probably Stephen drove it, collected the items, collected the seat. They're all in the same vicinity. I think Brendan said they did about 4 trips altogether, and they started to burn some of these items. But here's the issue. Did this collection, cleaning up of the yard, did it occur on the 30th, the 31st, or both? It's probably likely that it occurred both days.
I think so. I do.
Yep.
And that's evidenced by the phone call on the 30th. We can hear Brendan there, and he's clearly,
being his uncle, right? So the issue is they did this. They repeated events, but they got the days wrong, the times wrong, right? So it's likely they spread their time out, collected these items, put them next to the burn pit. Oh, don't worry, Brendan, we'll have a bit of a fire. But what is interesting is the bonfire that Stephen was meant to have, right, Jack 61, that didn't take place. I'm wondering whether they were gathering all these things for the bonfire. But in the end, there was the kids couldn't make it. There was a fight between Barb and Stephen. They said, bonfire's off. And they just sequentially just burnt brush and some other items.
I think that's possible.
Yeah, right? But here's the issue. It's not exactly clear when the actual fire was lit in the burn pit. I still can't work it out. The actual time that the fire was lit, right? Because you look at various testimonies, it ranges from what fire to, oh yeah, great big whopping fire, and it varies, right? Now, the other thing is it's not exactly clear when Brendan gets back home on October the 31st. But I have a feeling it was relatively early. I reckon it was before 8:30. Would you agree, Jack 61? I reckon it's around when Blaine was there. Because they said, me and my brother, we saw Bobby sleeping in his bed. Right? So Brendan probably was only there for maybe a couple of hours max. What do you think, guys? I think you're muted, Jack 61.
Yeah. Sorry, Doc. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So Brendan probably was there for only a couple of hours and came home early, right? So here's the issue. You can read the testimonies, you can read the reports, and here's the big issue. Any statement regarding the fire, whether it was the date when the fire was on, the size of the fire, the duration of the fire, in Stephen's burn pit is either contradictory or inconsistent, even from the same witness. Would you agree, guys? Right?
Yep.
People are, Bobby Dassey is a classic example. What fire? I never saw a fire. To, oh yeah, I saw a fire.
Right. Yeah, I just don't think we'll ever be able to know exactly when that fire in the burn pit was lit. I just don't think we'll ever know. I don't think they know. I don't think Stephen knows. I don't think he can remember it.
What a perfect segue, because there was a phone call between Barb and Stephen talking about the fire. Stephen's got no idea, but his sister Barb convinces him that it was that night. Do we have that call, Jack 61?
We do have this call, and I'm fixing to pop it up, and I think this is 3 minutes or so. I think you clicked it, Doc.
It's only a short. What I did is I clipped it from the call was made on the 18th of November. Yeah. It's just listen to the discourse between Barb and Stephen, right? So Stephen's obviously been arrested. He's in jail. He got arrested on November the 9th. And Stephen's wondering what the hell's going on. And Barb and Stephen have this exchange. Very interesting.
Yeah. Before I pop this up here, because it's going to immediately start playing, but I think it's important for people to understand now. Here we are, 3 weeks after the fact. I was thinking 17th, but okay, the 18th. We're 3 weeks down the road. Barb, these investigators have already been after Barb several times. She's given at this point, I think, 4 interviews. I think
quite a
may
few.
have been 5. Yeah, it may have been 5, but I would really like to. If they, well, I'm just gonna suspect that these interviews were recorded. I don't know that, but I would certainly like to have heard anything and everything that during those interviews. But anyway, I digress. Here we go.
But listen carefully what they say.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a crucial call.
It is. All right, here we go.
I think it'd take a lot to burn a body.
Well, of course it would.
I think it'd take a couple of days.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I couldn't tell you either. But you would imagine that.
Yeah?
Especially with burns.
Yeah.
And I didn't have no fire there all week.
No.
Last time I had it was a week.
I only remember Monday night.
Huh?
I only remember that Monday night.
The Monday night before that.
The day I went up to the hospital with Scott to see his mom. That day.
What day was that?
That was a Monday.
The 31st?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the calendar.
That was on a Monday.
That could be. Wait.
Yeah, but I didn't have no fire there then. Not no Monday night.
Yeah, I think you did.
Huh?
Yeah, I think you did. Because when we came home at 8 o'clock, you were standing outside by the fire.
Then Brendan was with me.
It could be. I don't know.
I thought that was during the week before that. I don't know. And now you got me puzzled.
No, I think it was the 31st. Because when we came back from the hospital,
Yeah.
it was about, I don't know, 7:45 or so, 8 o'clock, something like that, when he dropped me off.
Yeah.
And then later on I went back. You had a fire when we pulled in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that was the 31st that when she had her back surgery.
I don't know.
I don't know, I'd have to ask her.
I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, but that wasn't, I didn't have a fire very long.
I don't know how long you had it.
No, Brendan was home by what?
I don't know. I didn't get home until midnight.
Oh, he did?
I didn't, no. And he was already home already.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would take a long time, half the night.
Yeah.
To burn a body, I would imagine. I thought it was during the week I had that fire.
Well, that would be during the week.
No,
Monday night.
the week before that.
I don't know. I think you had it that Monday.
I don't know.
Kitty.
All I did was burn that brush. And what? 3-4 tires
Yeah.
that I picked up from over by you.
Yeah. And that car, that seat?
The car seat. And I think
This call is from the Calumet County Jail. This call may be monitored or recorded.
And I still didn't get my yard picked up.
Mm.
My whole...
That's it. That's it. Everything we've just talked about, they talked about. The golf cart, picking up the car seat. And you notice what Barb said, Brendan was home already, but she couldn't work out the time, right? And Barb didn't get home at midnight. That was October the 30th. Remember what Stephen said? She didn't get home till about 11 or 12. That was the day prior. So they're getting their days and times mixed up. But you heard what Stephen said. The fire wasn't very long. And Barb said, but Brendan was home already. Remember what Stephen said, that they went over and he collected Brendan and Barb wanted Brendan to do the dishes?
That's right.
Right? And then when Brendan got home, Barb looked at Brendan and made the remark that, well, oh, the dishes are done, Brendan, as in
This is already done.
the
Yep.
dish is already done. Holy shit. They've just exonerated Brendan. He was home. He wasn't at Stephen's place raping, cleaning the garage at God knows what time. The kid was home.
Well, and it's so bad. I mean, you think about some of the other statements. Bobby thought the fire was before, during the week before the 31st.
Yep.
Brendan thought it may have been on the 1st or 2nd.
Yes.
When it's what he told Sturdivant.
Yes. Correct. But do you see how a little bit of misremembering, miscommunication was seized upon by Fassbender and Uyghur and Kratz and blew it into a story that never happened?
Well, yeah. I mean, you take advantage of these statements that,
Yep.
and everyone knows eyewitness testimony and remembering
It's
is
the
the
worst.
worst.
The
It's
worst.
terrible. It's terrible.
Yep, the absolute worst. I do believe that Brendan and Stephen on October the 31st had a small fire, burnt a few items, and that was it. And Brendan was home relatively early. Now, if you have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, Stephen gave an affidavit in 2016. I reckon he's just about right. If you now listen to all the calls that we've played, if we look at the timestamp of events and the call that just happened between Barb and Stephen regarding the events, Cherie, do you see that slide?
Yes, I do.
I think this sums up exactly what took place.
I had a bonfire on October 31st, 2005. The fire started around 7 p.m. The fire burned for about 2.5 hours. I invited my nephew Brendan to come over. Brendan went home before Jody called at 8:57 p.m. The fire burned quickly because we were burning brush. I used gas to start the fire. By the time Jody Stokowski called at 8:57 p.m., the fire was almost over.
Right? That's all. I reckon that's exactly what took place. Brendan was over there for a little while. They burnt a few items. Brendan went home. So if you look at all the timing of the events, it all fits. So when Barb left, Blaine hadn't come back home yet, right? So when Blaine came home at about 8:15, 8:30, Brendan was home, and they saw their brother Bobby in bed sleeping, right? So when when Jody called Stephen at 8:57, he's outside just doing the finishing touches, right? And he's spitting a lot, so there could well be smoke or debris. But he also mentions the golf cart, which is exactly what they used to clean up or get the debris, get the stuff to put on the fire. So if you think about it very carefully, it's likely that Brendan was already home. Brendan only stayed for a couple of hours, and that was it. Jack 61.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I mean, for me, that pretty well fits for me, without having to create these such extreme, extraordinary circumstances. If Barb saw them standing by that fire, it couldn't have been a very big fire. We've talked about that. It couldn't have been that hot because you just can't physically do it if a fire is
Yes.
like raging. Like
And
the cremate someone would have to have been.
correct. And it now makes perfect sense because when they question Blaine, so when you saw this fire, did you see somebody out there? How many people did you see out there? One. Could you recognize your uncle? No. But
right.
You see, by the time he gets home, 8:30, his brother's already home. Stephen's still out there just tending the fire, just making sure that, no embers go anywhere out, just doing the finishing touches, and that's it. So when Blaine comes home, right, he sees Stephen, but he doesn't see Stephen at 11. He sees Stephen at about 8:30, and that makes perfect sense. right?
Yeah, a lot of people, I'll just add this in, that maybe don't have fires or never been around that kind of thing. Unless you've got a designated kind of pit area that's stoned
Yeah,
up and something to create a break. When you have a fire and you're pretty much down at the end of it, you make sure that it's pretty much out, or it's
correct.
what few embers are left, hot coals are contained. So you don't burn your freaking house down once you go inside or
But,
somebody
but
else's freaking house.
but what are the two items that Stephen had close to the burn pit? His
Well, he
dog
had,
and a
yeah,
big freaking propane tank, right?
that's right. That's right.
Right.
Exactly right.
So it makes perfect sense that, and plus, remember they use the rake and the shovel to make sure that everything is contained. Stevens had fires there before, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, right? This is what you got to take into account when you're looking at all the events. The location of Stephen Avery's trailer on the right-hand side, the garage, and the burn pit. And you can see right next to the burn pit, you've got the propane tank, and you've also got Bear. Bear lives in his doghouse very close to the burn pit, right? You've got Stephen Avery's F-350, I think, right in front of the garage door. You can see the burn barrel on the forefront, Stephen Avery's burn barrel. You can see Bob Yunder's van that Teresa Horbach had photographed. And you can see where the golf cart is right in front of the Yunder residence. And what's interesting is that if Blaine was walking home to his house, he would have had a direct view to the burn pit. Agree? Jack 61, would you, Cherie, agree? He can see straight through.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Perfect. What did Barb say? When me and Scott came home, we noticed the fire going. They've got a direct view to the burn pit. Now, I don't think Barb said that it was a massive fire, or maybe she changed her mind later on, right? But both her and Scott had observed the fire at around about 8 when they came back from the hospital. Jack 61.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yep. Okay. All right. So the tragedy of all this, in my opinion, because of misremembering, bad communication, you've got this disastrous situation where Brendan is coming up with this narrative in which all these horrible things occurred in Stephen Avery's trailer and garage and burn pit, but the forensic evidence does not support it at all. Yes, cremains were found in the burn pit on November the 8th, right? Only a small subset of cremains. You can't prove that they weren't just simply dumped there. You've got no proof that they weren't dumped there. They certainly didn't find a torso or a body, a limb, nothing. It makes no sense. But what we're about to uncover later on completely makes no sense. Do we have a comment?
Yeah, from Ned's life, I think it's
Welcome.
worthy that fire would have had to have been tremendously hot before placing the body. Otherwise, placing the body would have smoldered the fire out, and a body wouldn't burn to small fragments.
No. Dahan, who's worked with seen cadavers and worked with burn barrels and seen cremations, basically worked out that you need direct heat and you need a lot of fuel and you need a lot of time. The problem with the burn pit is small and flat and open to the elements, which means that a lot of the heat that you generate goes straight up. You need to direct the heat on the body. And that's exactly why a burn barrel is so good, because the heat is reflected on the body, right? You can burn up the parts quite quicker using wood and other pieces of fuel. So the tragedy is that it's very likely that Brendan Dassey was home relatively early. Barb never came back home. She never came back home that night. She spent the night at Scott's. Right? She said initially, yeah, I thought I came back home. No, she didn't. Even Scott said, nah, Bob stayed with me. Bob went directly to work. So the big issue with the Yanda residents is that people were coming and going all the time, right? So they only had eyes on each other for a short period of time. Jack 61, Cherie, would you agree? That's a tragedy.
Yeah, and again, if with all these people milling around doing this, if
Yeah.
they'd been cooking a body, there would have been a distinct odor. There's no doubt about it. Even if it was just the meat cooking and not these internal organs.
Correct. And you can see with that diagram, it's all open. It's all open. There's no great big walls or barriers. It's all open. If there's any sort of like wafting a smell, in fact, here's the irony. You know which direction the wind was blowing to? Directly to
Blowing-
Barb's house.
As I say, it's blowing directly towards Barb's house.
Directly towards Barb's house, right? And the bedrooms are right at the back of the premise where the wind would have been blowing. So there would have been smoke and smell. Plus, Brendan's there with his clothes, right? Or the clothes would have absorbed all that smell or that odor. Nothing. And also, Barb used to complain that when Stephen used to burn tires, the soot would go on her house and smell terrible. Nothing. All right. So, Jack 61, are we now ready to delve back into the what do people think so far?
Yeah, very interesting. I'm gonna have to take this down. Give me just 1 second, Doc.
Yep. No hassles at all. So I think the good thing is this. Very few people are going to devote all the time necessary to look at all the different transcripts, DCI reports, phone calls, CASO, and put it all together and establish a timeline, what works, what doesn't work, what obviously is contradictory. When I read Carmen's report, the penny dropped. Right, the penny dropped. Blaine had made a mistake. There's no way that Carmen would have got that wrong. She's a responsible mum taking Blaine home, trick or treat on a school night. So it looks like he's out by a couple of hours. Because if you watch Convicting a Murderer, the fire was seen at 11 o'clock and Stephen was standing. No. No. Right. Plus, then you got the phone calls, the 2 phone calls with Jody and also the phone call with Chuck. That's 35 minutes. That's 35 minutes of not tendering a fire. And as Nan's Life pointed out, it's going to go out. All right. So, guys, what we're going to do now is dive back into the interrogations. Who would like to have a speaking part? Oh, well, actually, all of us.
Yeah,
Cherie,
we're all
would you like to be Brendan?
Yeah, sure.
I'll be Weegert. Are you happy to be a Fassbender?
Sure.
Okay, we'll make a start. Okay.
Okay, you told us about going in there and having sex with her and that she was handcuffed and chained, okay? Ultimately, and then you said you left the bedroom for a period of time and he talked to you in the living room, right?
Yeah.
Again, just remind us what kind of things he was saying to you out in the living room.
That he was saying that I did a good job and that he was proud of me.
Okay. How long were you in the living room about?
About 5 minutes, 5, 10.
And then after that, after you're in the living room, where did you go?
Back in there.
Okay. And tell me and think about the video in your head. Okay? You went back in the bedroom and go through what happened again.
We went in there, we tied her up, and he stabbed her, and he told me to cut her throat and cut her hair off. And then when we were done like that, we took off the handcuffs and we took her outside to the Jeep, stuck her in the back. He said he would rather burn her than stick her in the back in there. And we put her on the floor. Then he shot her 10 times, and then we threw her in the fire.
Okay. Well, there's some points that we're gonna have to go over there on that. Okay. Brendan nods yes. In the in the bedroom, and he had you cut her hair off. You said right.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you put the hair?
On the dresser.
Again, tell us why he wanted you to do that.
All right. So see that picture? If you amplify a little bit, that's the scene of the detective picking up the hair in Kiss the Girls with a pen. It's the only time it occurs. It doesn't occur in the book. It occurs in the film. And there's a clump of the victim's hair that's picked up off the ground at a crime scene.
Play that video in your head, Brendan.
Yep. Now, Fassbender and Wiegert were very disturbed. What the hell are they doing cutting off part of Teresa's hair? It is a very shocking element that's in Kiss the Girls. And you're right. What did Fassbender say? Play back the video in your head. What do you think he said about the hair? And the woman chained up in the bed. It's exactly from Kiss the Girls. All right. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What happened to the hair after?
I never touched it.
Do you know where it went?
No.
Has he ever told you what he did with that hair?
No.
Brendan, are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you have any of that hair at home?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because we'll find it if you do. Brendan nods yes.
And that would not be good for you if we find you're lying or find things that you don't tell us about. I can't believe you then. If you tell me you're sorry this happened, then I won't believe you.
I don't got none of the hair.
Pardon?
I don't got none of the hair.
Don't got none of the hair? Did you get any blood on you?
No.
Continuing. Fassbender. Okay. So you tie her up. Brendan nods yes. And you told us before you think she's dead at this time. Brendan nods yes. And you guys, you and Stephen carry her out the back door into the garage. Brendan nods yes. When you're in the garage, where did you place her immediately?
In the Jeep.
Right into the Jeep, or did you set her on the floor, or
Right in the Jeep.
right in the Jeep? Brendan nods yes. How does Stephen get the rifle?
When he set her down, when we set her down on the ground, he went into the house and grabbed it.
Was it a rifle? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, now he's changed his story again.
Yes. But the important thing is this. When they took Teresa out, what did Brendan say they did? They put it directly
in the Jeep. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So keep that in mind. They put it directly in the Jeep. All right. Was it a rifle or was it a handgun?
It was a rifle.
And where did he find that rifle? Do you know?
In his bedroom.
Where was it in the bedroom?
Hanging on the wall.
What wall?
Like where the door is there, like a gun rack up there.
Okay. In relation to the bed, to his bed, where would it be?
Like on the left side of the wall.
If I'm laying in his bed, where's the gun? Where's his gun?
Like, say, like this is his bedroom, and his bed was like right there. It would be on that wall.
Let's say his bed is your bed and his bed there on the couch. Hold on.
All right. So before you go on, there's
Yeah.
something very interesting here, right?
Very.
So Brendan said they carried Teresa Horbach and went directly and put it in the back of the RAV. In order to put Teresa in the back of the RAV, they've got to do what to the door? They
You gotta
have
open
to
it.
open it,
Yeah.
right? Which means potentially they're leaving prints, potentially blood, and so there's A23. A23 doesn't belong to Stephen. There's no evidence it belongs to Brendan. So wait a minute. They said that they placed Teresa Horbach directly in the back of her Jeep. That's interesting, right? So how come there's no prints of both of them? How come there's no blood if Stephen was bleeding? Interesting. And you got A23.
Well, if she's had her throat cut, she's been stabbed at least once.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a high potential for blood or a mixture of DNA.
Mixture of blood. Yep, mixture of bloods. Correct.
Yeah.
And what don't we find in this case?
Mixture. There's no mixture.
No mixtures of DNAs. Correct. No,
No.
mixtures of bloods. Correct. All right, let's continue, guys.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping what way?
Yeah, for your feet would face that way.
Oh,
Oh, just realizes Brendan has a different
Yep.
room orientation. I was already picking that shit up what he was laying down a minute ago.
Oh yeah, they're worried.
Yeah.
And your guns would be right on that side.
If I asked you to draw me a few pictures, do you think you could do that?
Yeah.
As to what the bedroom, if you put things in the bedroom, Brendan nods yes, and like put her on the bed, how she was, could you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we got to get some other papers around.
I'll grab some papers. Okay. Brendan nods yes. All right.
A clipboard or something.
Yeah. So they've now come to the realization that the layout of the bedroom is not the way the investigators photographed it on November the 5th. Would you agree?
Yeah, and it's also interesting that there's an insertion of Remaker in here. What the hell?
Yeah, yep. They're coming. Yep.
Oh, okay. He's at the he's at the door.
At the door. He's at the door.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So we'll just get the next page up. So they're now worrying, shit, this can't be right. That's not how the bedroom looked. What the hell's going on here?
They got a real problem.
I got a huge problem. We get. Could you draw some pictures? Is that okay? Or are there some things you want to talk?
We'll talk for a bit.
Okay.
Then we'll get to those pictures.
All right.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Brendan, when you guys got her into the garage, you said that you placed her right in the back of the her vehicle, right?
Yeah.
And then he said that. How did it come about that he wanted to do what he wanted to do? Tell me about that.
He told me that he was going to throw her in the pond, and he said that he would rather burn her because it's a lot faster to get rid of all the evidence.
Well, the evidence. That's the first time Brendan said a big word, to get rid of all the evidence.
Yeah, he's never even approached this level. No.
Never.
No. Okay. And earlier you said that the fire was going on at this time.
Uh-huh.
Mark and I have a little trouble understanding why he's got this big fire going if he was actually talking about putting her in the pond.
Because that night, me and Blaine were going to invite some friends over for a bonfire, and he was probably getting it ready. And then that day, I got a call from Travis that said he couldn't come, and Blaine got a call from his friend that they couldn't come.
All right. When I read this for the very first time, it made no sense to me at all. What about to you guys? Did it jump out? What the hell Brendan was talking about?
Well, I mean, for me, he was already hinting around before we ever got to this point that the guns were on an opposite wall of what he was
Yes.
talking about. That's
Yes.
what jumped out at me.
Yes. But see that statement he just made to Fassbender
How about the bonfire?
about the bonfire. Cherie,
Yeah.
can you read it out again, please?
Okay.
And people in chat, what does that tell you? What is it? Hearing that from Brendan doesn't make any sense what he says. I'd be interested to get your comments. So can we read that one again? Just the last bit.
Because that night, me and Blaine were going to invite some friends over for a bonfire, and he was probably getting it ready. And then that day, I got a call from Travis that said he couldn't come, and Blaine got a call from his friend that they couldn't come.
All right. So it'd be interesting to hear comments from people in chat. And I thought to myself, what the hell are they talking about? What bonfire are they talking about? A bonfire on October the 31st? Then I found it and the penny dropped. Have a look at this CASO report, what Earl says, right? Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah.
All right. So have a look what Earl says. There's a couple of very important points here. I'll read it. I'll quote. This is November the 11th, CASO, page 236. This is a snippet at the end. I'll quote. Earl then continues to tell the events of Robert Fabian and he on Monday, October the 31st, 2005, to investigators. Earl states he and Robert drive down the lane looking at several brush piles for rabbits. They return driving past Stephen Avery's house where Robert Fabian shouts to Stephen he should buy a Polaris. Earl indicates this time to be approximately 5:30 or 5:45. Earl also informs investigators that on Tuesday night, that's November the 1st, his daughter, Kayla, wants to go over to Brendan's or Blaine's for a bonfire. Earl indicates that he would not let Kayla be alone with Stephen and believes Kayla to have some infatuation with Stephen. This is why Earl refuses to allow Kayla to stay at the Avery Auto Salvage Yard for the bonfire. Earl states on Wednesday night, November the 2nd, Brendan takes 5 rims out of the fire pit by Stephen Avery's residence at 5 p.m. Earl surmises that there must have been a fire on Tuesday night. Earl concludes the conversation with the investigators by stating he has allowed the people to check the pit looking for Teresa Hallbach. Earl states he never saw the victim's car prior to being located by the friends of Teresa. Earl is sure he would have seen Teresa Hallbach's vehicle on Monday when they were driving down the lane in the golf cart. He indicates that really no customers go to that area because all there is in that location is a couple of motorcycles. Holy shit. Holy shit.
That's really interesting. And it drives home for me at least, because of my frustration with the DCI, that they continue. Well, I haven't tried in a long time, but the interview of Earl Avery on November 9, there is a huge chunk of time that they redacted
I
off
wonder
those
why.
recordings. They won't let me have them.
Yep.
They denied me twice,
Yep.
stating that they had that big lawyer, whatever, shit that they throw at me because of blah blah blah. And it's ridiculous.
Yep. But sorry, Jack 61.
No. Go ahead.
So look what Earl discloses. There was meant to be a bonfire involving Brendan, Blaine, Kayla, but Earl won't allow Kayla to go over. But they're talking about a bonfire. But was Stephen Avery actually going to organize a bonfire? What the hell? He just cremated, him and Brendan just cremated Teresa Hobart.
Right.
And he's going to organize a bonfire? There's something not right. But look what Earl said. He said that Brendan went back to Stephen Avery's burn pit on November the 2nd and took 5 rims out.
Right.
And what do we find in the burn pit? Not rims, but the wire.
Right.
So wait, are you saying that Earl saw Brendan on November the 2nd go to Stephen Avery's burn pit where there are bones of Teresa, and no one noted any bones on November the 2nd, but Earl noted that Brendan took out 5 rims.
Yeah,
That
where
was
these rims are.
apparently that was one of his jobs. And are you trying to say that Brendan went back to the site where they cremated Teresa Hobart?
Yeah, where are these 5 burnt rims at? Because they would definitely be burnt. There's no doubt
Right?
about it. Yeah.
Yeah. But you notice what was in the burn barrel? A rim,
Tire rim. Yep.
a burnt tire rim.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Very.
But Earl made a big mistake about the rabbit hunting with Robert Fabian. Notice
Wrong
the
day.
time that he said 5:30 to 5:45.
Yep.
Earl made a big mistake on the day. But he did say something very interesting. He said that he drove down the lane where the RAV4 was meant to be with Robert Fabian. And did they see the RAV4?
No.
No. Oh, God.
And unless their golf cart had lights on it, it's dark at 5:30.
Yep.
I mean, it very well may have had lights on it. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but
And I'll prove to you that Earl actually got the day wrong.
Okay.
Right? So now, Dean Strang is tweaking that. Wait a minute. What the hell are they talking about? Bonfire? Stephen Avery? Wait a minute. Didn't him and Brendan cremate Teresa Hobart in that burn pit? So Strang questions Blaine. Have a listen to this, right? Would you like to read Strang out? Jack 61 and Cherie, would you like to read out Blaine?
Okay.
Pay close attention what Strang says to Blaine.
okay. Strang. Didn't Steve invite you later that week to bring some friends over for a bonfire?
Yes.
But that never happened.
No.
Your friends didn't want to come?
No.
But Steve, when I say Steve, your Uncle Steve, made the invitation to you to bring other kids, other high school kids, students over, right?
Yes.
Invitation that, had it been accepted, would have had a bunch of kids standing around that burn area.
Yes.
Maybe poking around in the fire.
Yes.
Or watching it for some hours.
Yes.
That's pretty telling.
Wait a minute. Stephen wrote out invitations to Brendan and Blaine's school friends. Come over. I'm going to have a bonfire. And what did Brendan say to Fassbender? Remember when I said I got Cherie to read it out twice? He goes, oh, yeah, the other kids couldn't come. I got a call from Travis and Blaine got a call and they couldn't come, so the fire was off. Stephen was planning a bonfire for kids to come over at the very place that the state alleges Stephen and Brendan cremated Teresa Hallbach. What do you think?
I think it's crazy because, he's writing out invitations to invite kids over for this bonfire, yet he's luring Teresa Hallbach to this grisly
Now,
interaction and death. Come on.
and people in chat, would you be writing out invitations to high school kids to come over your house for a bonfire at the very place you just cremated Teresa Hallbach?
Oh, hell no. I mean, come on, man.
So Strang said this in court, but this was to the judge, right? I don't think there were any the family or the witnesses weren't there because they had this big discussion, right? If we have a look at the next slide, Strang is no dummy, right? So this is what Strang says. We'll just wait till that slide comes up. So this is Dean Strang in the Stephen Avery trial. I'll read it out, right? I'll quote, "But if you had burned a body in your burn pit, or you even knew that there were bones in your burn pit spread around, human remains, you are going to invite some high school kids over to have a bonfire and sit around the same burn area? I'm not. That doesn't seem to me that somebody who's guilty. That's something he would do, an invitation he would extend to his nephew, a bunch of random high school kids come on over to a makeshift crematorium for a bonfire and stand around." Even Strang saw the ridiculous nature of what the state was saying. Stephen cremated Teresa Hallbach with the assistance of Brendan. Stephen writes that invitation to Brendan's and Blaine's friends. "Hey, come over. We're going to have a bonfire." Now,
you nailed it, Andy. It doesn't make any sense to us either.
Now, people in chat, tell me if that's the first time you heard that. I'd never heard that before. I must admit, I'm embarrassed. I hadn't picked that up.
I'm sure I've read it, Doc, but it's been too long and it didn't connect.
Yep, but when I saw the statement by Brendan to Fassbender saying, "Oh, me and my brother were going to have a bonfire," and then the involvement of Kayla, and notice what Earl said. "Oh, my daughter's got an infatuation with Stephen. We won't allow her." And remember all the kerfuffle involving Marie and what they were talking about on camp. And now it all makes sense. It all makes perfect sense.
Well, yeah, it does.
It does.
It just really irritates me to the nth degree. Earl's given this interview on the 9th, and they've cut out. I'm guessing at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half. I mean, one whole side of tape 2 is gone. Half of tape 2 A side is gone, and all of tape 3, and each side is 48 minutes. Each side of these tapes.
Yes.
So there's potentially a couple hours gone.
Yes, but you could see in that CASO report the complete ludicrous nature. And then, of course, Strang, he's sharp as a tack. He's going, "Your uncle wrote out invitations, and it just so happened by fluke that people couldn't attend. But are you trying to tell me that would have been all these high school kids around the same burn pit area roasting marshmallows and going, Uncle Steve, that looks like a skull. Oh, that looks like a rib. Uncle Stephen, is that meant to be in there?" Come on, guys. How ludicrous are we getting? Right?
It's preposterous.
It is completely insane, right? You're never going to draw attention to yourself like that. But here's the kicker. Kratz was no dummy. Kratz knew that this was, it didn't make any sense. So what did Kratz have to push? Kratz had to push about the big whopping fire. So if we have a look at the next slide, right? This is what Kratz said in his closing statement, right? Cherie, do you see it?
Yes.
So Kratz wasn't having any of this, oh, Stephen was going to invite all these people over for no. He wanted to divert from that and make you focus on the great big whopping fire. Check this one out.
We could start with the moment or with the visual or with the image of that man, Stephen Avery, standing outside of a big bonfire with flames over the roof, or at least over the garage roof, and the silhouette of Stephen Avery with the bonfire in the background and the observations made by some witnesses. Can you all picture that? Can you picture that as a moment in time? And that moment, by the way, although dramatic and although important, should tell the whole story. That moment of Stephen Avery after the murder was committed, of Stephen Avery tending the fire, of Stephen Avery disposing of and mutilating the body of 25-year-old Teresa Hallback. That would be a good place to start.
Right? So he's making Stephen's burn pit like a crematorium. Whereas the reality was Stephen was writing out invitations to invite high school kids over for a bonfire. So can you see the contrast? Right?
It's a visceral horror show movie environment that he's just described here that he can't prove at all. He's
Zero.
standing beside a fire
Yep.
that has flames as high as the garage.
And have a look.
How physically he's going to do that?
Have a look at what the picture that Kratz wanted the jury to believe. I've got a picture. That's that's the picture that Kratz wants you to believe, that Stephen Avery was standing in front of a great big whopping fire. Jaxie's one, would you like to read what Fassbender said?
Yeah. He says, "Are you telling me that it wasn't until you guys were in the garage that he said he was going to burn her?"
Yeah, we'll continue in a sec. But that's the image that Kratz was portraying. This great big whopping bonfire, right? What is unbelievable, the two main protagonists that talked about the great big whopping fire were Scott Tadich and Candy Avery. Check 61,
Right.
have you got any comments that you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, I don't want to belabor it too bad, Doc, because I've been pretty critical of Candy and her portrayal and her actions in convicting her murder. Well, even prior to that, I mean, I got into this catch-22 never-ending cycle with someone on X about Marie and this whole affair that went on. The case was opened and investigated. They couldn't find anything. This is Queso that did it, as far as I know.
Yes.
And they closed that case months prior. Done. Then all this shit happens end of October, early November. And so the middle of November, I'm guessing Poggle, I don't know if Kratz was involved with this decision or not. I suspect he probably was. They sent Wendy Baldwin after Marie.
Yes, they did.
Marie hounded her for months, and I can only imagine what was going on at home. I mean, I can only imagine. I can't prove it, of course. This goes into January, and this starts middle of November. This goes into January and February, and ultimately, Marie's not cooperating. She's not cooperating, and
No.
ultimately, Wendy Baldwin threatens her with a Jane Doe hearing that she's going to be subpoenaed. She's going to have to come to court. She's going to have to testify. And all these people are going to be called in front of her. Hey, look, I don't know. I'm just going to say that at that point in time, Marie probably was really afraid and said, "Screw it. What do you want me to say? Just tell me what you want." And
Yes. Yep.
I don't know. I'm speculating here. I don't know that. At the same time, I know that the way she was treated was absolutely horrendous by the police.
Correct. But it was used as a means to an end, right? Now,
Oh,
how,
sure.
how,
And just to add one more tidbit into this of Candy's actions, again, this is me, just from what I know and what I've read. She's at least, I'm going to say 80 to 90% culpable for Brendan being in the position that he found himself in. Period.
yeah, yes. What is disturbing here is this: how can Scott Tadich would have been the closest to the fire, right? Because he dropped off Barb, right? So remember, I showed you the picture. He would have had view, and you know how it is when you see a fire. You've got flames that lick up in the sky. That's normal. Doesn't mean that the fire was at the height of the garage, right? Completely insane. What I can't understand is how Candy Avery, from where she was, because she said something to do with trick or treating and Mama Avery, how did she see this great big whopping fire and commented on convicting a murderer that she thought the house was going to burn down, the garage was going to burn down? Remember, Bear's there, propane tank is there, whereas the lady that dropped off Blaine never saw anything or smoke.
I have no idea. That's an interesting point because
How
if
the
she's
hell?
she's at Lors's
In the
down,
same spot. In the same spot.
right.
In the same spot.
That's right.
And remember, this is 8:15, 8:30. Hey, this is when the fire's meant to be great big and whopping, because remember, they're cremating Teresa Hallbach. The problem is, it looks like Brendan was home. He wasn't over there. He had stayed there for a couple of hours helping his uncle. The only two people that talk about a great big whopping fire is Scott and Candy.
That's right.
61.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. You're exactly right.
So what I did was, okay, if you're going to have a bonfire, surely there's got to be you got to be cautious, right? You've got to prepare things. So I just checked out on the internet. Have a look at the next slide, Jack 61. Basically, if you're going to have a bonfire, you have to be very, very careful. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. You got to choose the right location to have a bonfire. Have a look where Stephen Avery's burn pit is. Very close to his kennel, very close to his home, very close to a propane tank, right? And you're thinking, if you're going to have a bonfire, it has to be a small one. You can't, and Stephen's burn pit is small. It's the size of a tabletop, as we kept on saying. It's small. So the location is not right to have a great big whopping bonfire. No way. Small fire, roast a couple of marshmallows, fine. But not something massive. You got to prepare properly. You got to get everything ready, right? You got to make sure that you don't burn the surrounds. It even says you got to be cautious that you don't burn the surrounds. Got to get rid of all combustible materials. What the hell? Remember what Brendan Dassey was saying. I helped my uncle clean the garage. Well, what'd you use, Brendan? Gas, paint thinner, and bleach. Do you think some of those items are flammable? Yes. So
Hell yeah.
are you going to get yourself close to a bonfire, right? No, not with clothing, material covered in especially in paint thinner and also gasoline. You're going to be in huge trouble. Then it says you need to monitor the fire. Stephen said the fire only went for a couple of hours and that's it. But the funniest one, it says dress appropriately. Wear shorts, wear short, close-fitting or tightly rolled sleeves to avoid catching fire. So you got to be careful. Because you're going to catch on fire too. So think about this. They've got this great big whopping fire, allegedly cremating Teresa Hallbach, and they're right next to the fire. Because what did Brendan say? I had her feet, my uncle had her arms, and we put her on the fire. Hello? Hello? You got a great big whopping fire. You're going to get that close to a fire. You're going to catch on fire yourself. And then it says, extinguish the fire properly, which is probably what Stephen was doing, later on in the evening, making sure that it had burnt out. And when you notice, right, Jack 61, right, I don't recall, there isn't a huge spread of ash around that burn pit, is there?
Oh, no. Not at all.
No, none whatsoever. The fire appears to be contained within the burn pit. So I put this to the test, right? Let's have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, right? Now, Scott Tadich is saying, oh, and also Ken Kratz say, oh, the fire was at least to the height of the garage. We'll have a look at this, guys. Here's a picture of the side of the garage, and there's Bear. For comparison, Bear's an adult German Shepherd, right? If the fire, depending on what part of the roof the fire was at, have a look how high over Bear the fire would have been. Now, guys, do you find that a little bit preposterous? What do you think?
Right.
And also, people in chat, do you think it's ridiculous that Stephen had a fire in a tiny burn pit that it reached over his garage?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're looking at minimum 15 feet. Minimum. I'm just guessing here, looking at the height of Bear, size of that propane tank in relation to the eave of that upper eave of that roof. Yeah, minimum 15 feet, maybe a little bit more.
Yep. Plus also the radiant heat as well, right? You mustn't forget that the radiant heat.
I think he's just got a really bad location for that pit to begin with. Being that close, I would never put a pit that close to a propane tank. There's no way. You couldn't pay me to do it.
No, but burning a little bit of rubbish, fine.
No, it's probably fine. I mean, it was kind of a little bit of a dugout little pit area. It's probably fine.
Yeah, but you're not going to do any major bonfires, are you? And remember what Josh Rodon said: the fire was small, a couple of feet, size of a burn barrel. That's it. No great big whopping fire. In fact, he didn't even see anybody around the fire.
That's right.
Right? Yep. Very interesting. All right, guys. Well, I reckon we do a couple of more slides. What do you reckon, Jack 61?
Sure.
Yeah. So let's continue the interrogation. So in my opinion, the idea of a great big whopping fire, I don't buy that. That's preposterous. Okay, let's go for it.
Yeah.
And you're sure that, are you sure about that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then you said that you took her out of the back of her vehicle, Brendan Dassey. Did you help him do that?
Uh-huh.
And then you said he went and got a gun, right?
Yeah.
And he came back in, Brendan Dassey. What did he do?
He shot her 10 times.
How did Teresa's blood get into the that cargo area of the RAV4? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's Bender. Tell me where he shot her.
Like in the head and some in the belly and the stomach.
How many times did he shoot her in the head?
Like 3 times.
Whoops.
Yep.
Tell me where in the head? Well, what sides?
Like the left side, I think it was.
Contradicted your statement. Then the left side of the head, and then yes, and then when he shot her in the body, where in the body again?
Like right here.
Okay. What was he saying when he was doing that? This, if anything, what was his demeanor? Was he calm? What was he doing?
He was calm.
What was he saying to you?
All right.
God Almighty.
So, Brendan's all over the place. Remember when they asked him in the early interrogation, how was Stephen? He was angry. Why was he angry? Oh, because he couldn't put the blazer in the Auto Trader magazine. And now, as Stephen is shooting Teresa Hallbark 10 or 11 times, he's calm. He's calm. But this is where we have run into huge, huge problems. remember what Brendan said. When we took Teresa Hallbach out of the trailer, we put her in the Jeep, correct? In the Jeep.
That's right.
Then they take her out of the Jeep and they put her on the floor and shoot her 10 or 11 times. There's a big problem.
It's a huge problem.
How does Teresa's blood get in the RAV4?
And 3 times in the head.
Yeah. How? Remember, she shot on the ground.
Yep.
On the ground.
That's right.
So how does Teresa's blood get in the RAV4? Now, have a look at this, what Attorney Fallon did. So the sequence is this. They took her out of the house, the trailer, put her in the car, the back of the RAV, and then put her on the floor and shot her 10 times. Agree? Agree? That's what Brendan said.
That's right.
Have a look what Attorney Fallon said during the trial. Cherie, you want to read it out?
Okay. Teresa Hallbach's body was loaded into the rear of an SUV after she was shot. How do we know that? The defendant told us that they did that. Well, we have Sherry Cohen and Nick Starkey to tell us about that.
Oh, really?
This is crucial. You know why? Because they're going, how the fuck did Teresa's blood get in the car if they put her on the floor and shot her on the garage floor? What's the blood doing in the car? How did the blood get in the car? So Fallon goes, they shot her and then put her in the car, explaining the blood. But by doing so, they've left themselves wide open to a disaster, a fatal flaw in their argument. Have a look at this. See on the RAV4 on the left-hand side? We'll just go back. Can we just go back on the other side for a sec? See where that yellow arrow is? If you're going to put Teresa in her RAV4, you need to open up the door, correct?
Yep.
You need to use your hands, right?
Yep.
Now remember, you're going to leave prints, touch DNA. If Stephen is bleeding, you're going to leave blood. Agree?
Absolutely.
You're going to leave blood.
And you got the back of the RAV that's potentially got spatter all over the freaking place.
Everything, right? Did they find the DNA from Brendan Dassey and also from Stephen? No. Did they find fingerprints from Brendan Dassey and Stephen? Nope. However, there's A23. So there's blood on the latch that you got to open. But it doesn't belong to Stephen. And by inflection, it doesn't belong to Brendan. Otherwise, Cohen would have said it. They would have said, well, we can't exclude Brendan. We've got a dilemma. But now they've set themselves up for a fatal flaw. So Jack 61, if we can just go across to the other side, you can see where Teresa's blood is. It's on the plastic molding, right? On the side. And so there's no doubt that Teresa Hallbach was loaded in the back of her own vehicle, right? But Brendan said we put her on the ground and we shot her. Then we carried her out to the fire. Fallon's going, no. Brendan said we shot her, then loaded her in the car. Agree?
Yep.
Fallon reversed what Brendan told Fassbender. But here's the problem. Do you notice that there's a lot of blood in that car from Teresa? Or only a little bit?
There's only a little bit. That creates another problem.
There's only a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and we've talked about this in the past, and maybe you're going to talk about it some more, but these Toyotas come with a cargo mat.
Yes. So think about it. If what Fallon has said is correct, that they shot Teresa 10 or 11 times and put her in the back of the RAV, remember, she's naked. She's got no clothes on, according to Brendan. Right. She's naked, right. Which means, are you going to get a lot of blood in there?
It's going to go everywhere.
It's going to be horrible, horrific.
Yeah.
A bloodbath. There's nothing in there. There's only a little bit where the head is. Uh-oh. Have a look at the
Well-
next picture. No,
Well,
sorry.
this part- No, I was just going to say right quick. To me, Doc, everybody I guess has a different opinion, but why didn't they limit all that RAV? I'm just saying.
Exactly, because it'll give the game away. So Kathleen Zellner did a reconstruction going, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? How do we explain this blood? Have a look at this picture here. This is a model showing where the model's head would have rested. So this is roughly how Teresa would have been placed in her RAV. Her head touching the molding and bleeding, correct? You know
Yep.
where I'm going with this, Jack 61, right?
Yep.
There's only a little bit of blood. The fact that there's a wipe pattern likely means that Teresa was being driven somewhere. Would you agree? Her head is bobbing. It's moving. The blood isn't going straight down. It's been rolled across. You can see it. Right? She was driven somewhere. But the dilemma is, wait, they said that they shot this poor woman 11 times in the skull. Where is the blood? Where are the great pools of blood? There isn't any. Right? But where they got stuck big time is the next picture. This destroyed the state's case. This proved that what Brendan said was complete garbage, because Brendan had no idea of any of this. See that back door? And we've talked about it many, many times, right? So what Kathleen Zellner did was take the original door and find where the blood droplets were. And she then used stickers and put it on her RAV4, the one that she bought, to show the distribution of the blood. So the important thing is, notice where the blood is. It's distributed on the left-hand side, low down. And you're thinking to yourself, how in the hell could this do? How do you get this blood distribution pattern on the door? The guys in the court said, we can explain it by getting Teresa Horbach, Stephen and Brendan, and they threw her in. Agree? That's what they said. That's what Stokey said. They flung her in.
That's right.
Right?
That's a problem.
A huge problem. So Kathleen Zellner did a reproduction. Okay, we'll get a dummy. We'll make her the same way as Teresa Horbach. Oh my God, one guy can't do it. So, okay, you need at least two people. All right, try. See if you can put in the dummy with bleeding, lots of blood in the hair. Can you reproduce that pattern there? And the answer is no. You can't reproduce it. You can't fling a body into the back of the RAV and get that blood distribution pattern. You can't. But then it gets worse, right? Because Brendan never says, we got her, we flung her in. We flung her in. And Brendan said, we put her in the RAV, we took her out of the RAV, put her on the garage floor, shot her 10 times. Remember Jack 61, when Brendan said, we put her in the RAV and we shot her. What's the first thing that Wiegert and Fassbender said to Brendan? No, you didn't.
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember him saying it too.
No, you didn't. Right? Because it would have been blood spatter everywhere, on the glass, on the fabric, everywhere, being shot in the head. Right?
Well, probably on the headboard. Let's say the headboard, but the liner, the head above your head, and the yeah.
Then Brendan said, that's right, we shot her on the side of the garage. What did Fassbender and Wiegert say? No, you didn't.
Yeah, that doesn't work either.
It doesn't work. So eventually Brendan agreed, yeah, we put on the garage. Okay, now we believe you. So now they've debunked themselves. You can't reproduce that blood pattern on the door by flinging a body into the car. So Kathleen Zellner got her blood spatter expert, Stuart James, said, what's going on? And he answered it in 2 minutes. If we have a look at the next picture, and again, we've done this multiple times. He goes, The blood hit at 90 degrees. It just flew through the air and hit the door. Because you look at the drops and how they move, how they migrated. And he said that if you flung a body into the back of the car, like Kratz said in court, the blood is going to go in that direction there. The blood went straight down. Uh-oh, how do we reproduce this? And they did it by getting a blunt object, putting blood on it, low to the ground, and flinging it back. They reproduced the pattern.
Yep.
They reproduced it.
And I do believe that. I mean, I'm basing this on his, experience, that she was bashed in the head right there, and those blood drops just went straight back.
Straight back.
Not swinging from one side left to right or right to left. No way.
No. And when you're doing experiments, the important thing is reproducibility. That's what Kathleen Zorner does. Kathleen Zorner tries to reproduce a crime scene. That's the way to do it. Because if you can reproduce it, right? If Kathleen Zorner was able to get a dummy, fling it into the back of the car and came up with that pattern, the boys were cooked. Because the blood would have shown, that's what they did. They got Teresa, they flung it in. But when you look at the images of the blood droplets, oh no, they're not going that way. They're going straight down. They're going down by gravity. How do you reproduce it? Stuart James said she got struck by a blunt object, like a hammer or some type, maybe a tie lever, struck low and repeatedly being bashed on the ground. And whoever hit her swung back and her blood went straight in the back door. That's Teresa's blood. Culhane proved it, right? So it looks like it was a bashing event. Jack 61.
I think Cherie had a question.
Yes.
I thought she was unmuted. Cherie, do you have a question or comment?
No, was I unmuted?
You were for a short time, but I wasn't sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Stuart James and Kathleen Zorner were able to reproduce the blood pattern. It's not what Brendan described, and it's not from a gunshot, because when you're shot in the head with a gun, you get a fine mist. This was solid droplets of blood, reproduced by putting blood on a hammer and swinging it back. Boom. But here's the way Stuart James explained it. If we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61, you're gonna like this one, right? So if we blow it up a little bit, here's the explanation for it. Now, this is Teresa Horbach's cargo door, the back door. And it's very, very simple to explain. The blood droplet comes in at 90 degrees or very close to 90 degrees, straight back. Now, if they flung Teresa Horbach into the RAV4, if you look at the diagram on the left-hand side, the blood will form a trail going towards the back of the cargo door. Agreed, guys? It's a natural movement of the blood because you're swinging a body, bloody hair, which meant the blood droplets are going in that direction there. They'll form a tail because you're using force by throwing Teresa Horbach in the back of her own RAV4. You don't find one. You don't find one. What you do find is when the blood droplets hit the door, the surface, it goes straight down by gravity. Agree? And have a look. Have a look at the back of Teresa's door. All the blood droplets do exactly that. They all fall by gravity.
All that through means, there, there's a bunch of them. You can see them there.
Yep.
My vision's not that great, but hell, I can see that.
They're going straight down. Yep.
Yeah.
So that meant that a major aspect of the murder is wrong in court. Completely wrong. No matter what Kratz or Fallon spin it, it's wrong.
This was a huge mistake by the defense to not hire an expert.
Yep, massive. And had they presented this in Stephen Avery's trial and an expert on DNA regarding item FL, he would have walked. They're going, wait a minute.
Yeah, I think so.
How did you get this scenario? Now, you might be thinking, or maybe it occurred on the Avery salvage yard. They had a cadaver dog. Remember? They had a cadaver dog that went around Stephen Avery's trailer and where Bob Yunder's van was.
That's right.
Were there any hits? Any alerts?
No.
None. So,
Well, I mean, except on the 5th inside the bathroom, but that was out. That was inside, and they knew about it, and they found
correct.
it.
And they swabbed the blood, and it belonged to Stephen Avery.
Stephen Avery.
So they got a major aspect of the case completely wrong. And Kathleen Zellner, if she had, I know this is all procedurally barred, etc., but if Kathleen Zellner was able to present this in front of a judge and say, Judge, they got major aspects of the crime wrong.
Well,
it didn't
if a new trial is ordered, this all comes in. Procedurally barred goes out the window. Yeah.
All comes in saying, Judge, whatever happened to Teresa, it didn't happen the way Brendan said it. Remember, Brendan is the only one giving you the narrative, not Stephen. For Stephen said that Teresa had left. Do we have a comment by case 10?
Yeah, he says cadaver dogs do not tell you where the murder happened. And I would agree with that case.
Correct.
Unless you find the source of that blood.
Correct.
Whoever it came from, right? And
Correct.
it matches.
Correct. We spoke with a canine expert who uses a cadaver dog. And if you don't find the scent source, you're wasting your time, right?
Wasting your time.
So, for example, if the dog gives an alert and you see pools of blood, it's likely that someone got bashed, right? You take a DNA swab. Holy shit, it's Teresa's blood. Oh my God, she got bashed here. There's nothing there. On the Avery salvage yard, there's nothing there. There are no pools of blood, right? They even went in the garage where the shooting event took place. There's no pools of blood. They jackhammered the concrete. There's no blood. There's no blood spatter. They luminol treated everything. The only blood they found belonged to Stephen. So this scenario here completely destroys the state's case on how the murder took place. Agree? It's not by flicking in a body.
No, that didn't happen. No.
Right?
Not based on the expert's testimony or the affidavit. No way.
No. So even if you
it's common sense too.
Yep. Even if you feel Stephen did this, he didn't do it on the Avery salvage yard.
No.
It didn't involve Brendan, and it was somewhere else. Right?
Correct. That's right.
You have to understand there are two people in prison, Stephen and Brendan. Brendan's story and narrative has been demonstrably deconstructed and torn to pieces and thrown down the rubbish bin. Everything. And what do we do in today's podcast? We proved that Brendan was home early.
Well, this was, looking at what the state was able to sell these two juries. I mean,
correct.
It's just preposterous because they can only take in probably key points. I'm sure, I'm sure they got bored at some point. And what they've heard in the media that's been going on for the last 16, 17 months. So, but to not have this stuff really explained to them about actual science, it's terrible.
But if you saw that diagram that we've got, and Kathleen was defending Stephen in court in 2007, the jury would have gone, shit, wait a minute. It's not. There's something not right here. Where did this event take place, right? And then they remember how sensitive these cadaver dogs are in terms of even if the blood had soaked into the ground, the cadaver dog would have picked it up. So where did this bashing take place? They can't find it. There's no evidence of it. They extensively checked out Stephen Avery's trailer, the bed, the paneling, the carpet, freaking everything. They tore the place apart. How much did they find of Teresa Hallbach?
0. Well, except for item FL, and that's a whole other story.
But we can explain item FL.
Yeah.
The state can't explain what it's doing with wood shards and red paint, but we can explain the DNA. Easy.
Yeah. Easy.
So I know this is going to rile you up, Jack 61, but let's have a look. Let's have a look at the next. And Jack 61, would you like to read this out? I know it's a trigger for you, but I think it's important.
Yeah, this is number 11 from Uyghur's unfiled search warrant for Cuss Road that Sunshine Christina was able to somehow get in 2022. No one knew about this, and we still
No,
don't know anything. We still don't know anything more than we did then, even though a lot of effort has been made to get it. Anyway, this is number 11 from his affidavit. Your affidavit was also informed by investigator Tom Fassbender from the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation that blood was found in the 1997, I'm sure he meant 99, Toyota RAV4 belonging to Teresa Halbach and located within the Avery Auto Salvage compound. Steve Harrington of the State Wisconsin Crime Laboratory in Madison stated that technicians had located presumptive blood in the rear cargo portion of the vehicle and also in the front of the vehicle in the ignition area. Steve Harrington further indicated that technicians also located visible palm prints on the rear hatch area of the Toyota RAV4. There was also a blunt instrument upon which blood was found located in the rear of the vehicle.
you know what the scary thing is? I know that you've been embroiled in a lot of controversy on X regarding this. Who gives a stuff if Mark Uyghur didn't sign it? Who gives a stuff?
I give zero fucks about it. Zero. It doesn't matter.
Mark Uyghur wrote it up to serve.
That's right. And the only reason that fellow that we argued with for several days, he would never answer the question. The reason this wasn't served is because they were able to finally run down the property owners and they agreed.
Yep.
Yeah. They agreed to give written permission.
Yep, correct.
But the interesting thing is about that, Earl did the same thing with things on the Avery salvage yard. They still served the search warrant.
Correct.
They didn't do it here. They didn't do it here.
No. But they wrote this up. Where was the crime going to be? Which
Cuss
area?
Road.
Cuss Road.
Cuss Road. Yeah.
Cuss Road. And they went with the scenario that Teresa got bashed.
Yeah.
Then they abandoned it. There is the cadaver dog. There's the scent dog, Loof, Brutus, the burial site, everything. It's all written up that the murder took place at Cuss Road.
Well,
Then
we also can't forget, Doc. I apologize for interrupting you. We also can't forget about the reply that Fallon and Kratz wrote in September. That's right. He mentions and talked about, because they're bitching about the cops were stretched to their limit.
Correct.
He's talking about all these places they had to go and the clandestine burial site.
Additional bones.
And additional bones were found there, in addition to. So where are these bones at?
So wait a minute. I've seen the arguments on X. It's a mistake. So it's a mistake of a mistake of a mistake.
Right.
They've got a temporary burial site, but now that's a mistake. There's nothing but a peat moss bag, right? And a rotten wooden pallet. Mark Uyghur wrote this extensive search warrant. The way it was written was the event, the murder took place at Cuss Road.
There's no doubt.
No doubt. They talked about Loof. They talked about Brutus. They talked about the burial site. They talked about the plastic. They talked about the little bit of rope that they found. And they even said, with my experience, it looks like the body was temporarily buried here. It's all there.
There's been some biological human evidence there.
Yep. And all of a sudden, they abandoned it. One day after, everything dropped out on Stephen Avery's burn pit. One day later. So whatever they found there, it didn't work. But they wrote that up as if the murder took place right there, Jack 61.
That's right. They did. I'm convinced of that and can't prove it, but hey, it's just an opinion.
And what did we just go through about the blood on the back door? Teresa being hit by a blunt instrument.
That's right.
What's in that search warrant? There was also a blunt instrument upon which blood was found located in the rear of the vehicle. Exactly. You can't make that up, and that's not an error. You're typing this out, right? You're talking about an instrument with blood in the back of the victim's vehicle. Where is it?
Can't be found. You know, another thing, you know, that's been talked about, you know, after we got this unfiled warrant. Well, you know, cops sometimes, you know, they pile on. I'm sorry.
No,
This is evidence. This is not a pile on. This
no,
is direct evidence found in the victim's vehicle.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I don't believe it. And why would
No.
he put this other stuff in there? I mean, Brutus was there. This is corroborated by Kramer's report. She said
Correct.
it in her.
Correct.
So it's backed up. A lot of the
Yep.
things that Uyghur put in his affidavit are in Uyghur's DCI report too. Not all of it, but a good part of it is.
The thing that's disappeared is the blunt and bloody object.
That's right. And the bones.
Correct. But what we just went through independently is explain how the blood got on the back door.
Yes.
Being struck low by some blunt instrument. Lo and behold, Sunshine Christina gets this, and what does it say? Blunt instrument upon which blood was found. You couldn't make it up, right? But if we have a look at the next slide, and here's a challenge for people in chat, right? If you can explain this, you've solved Teresa's murder. Because Brendan never mentions it. He never mentions the broken, the damage to the bumper. Never once talks about that. And mind you, Stephen and Brendan allegedly drove the RAV to the pit. Because remember, they're going to crush the car, according to what Brendan said. Brendan never mentions that they had an accident and they bumped the vehicle. Nobody who saw Teresa Hallbach's RAV4 that day mentions damage to the RAV4. On the missing persons poster, no one mentions a distinguishing feature like a broken blinker light. Correct, Jack 61? Correct, Cherie?
Right.
No one.
Right. No one.
It's like saying, we're looking for this person who's got a visible tattoo or a visible scar. Nothing. Brendan Dassey never mentions the broken blinker light and how it got back in the back of Teresa's RAV4. But think about this. If Teresa had an accident and was forced to stop and pick up the broken blinker light, she has to go outside of her RAV4 to the back of her RAV4, open up the back of her RAV4 and put in the blinker light. In that process, she could have been struck and attacked. And the whole thing makes perfect sense. And if you can explain the blood on her back door, you've solved the case.
Yeah. It's interesting too that Fassbender gets Ryan to explain this accident, which turned out to be not true at all.
No, what Ryan Hilliger said about the blinker light is complete bullshit.
How does that work? I'm not going to get off on that. Sorry, Doug.
No, not at all. So you can see that there are fundamental elements of this case that are wrong, completely wrong. On cam, did they talk about all this?
Hell no.
No, I just told you how bad of a person Stephen was.
I'm not even sure. I think Cuss Road might have been mentioned once.
Minimal. So
Minimal.
all these very important clues, no one touched. No one touched. And yet there are people, YouTubers. I spent years on this. Jack 61, Cherie, years looking at this going, how the hell do you explain it? And it's not what Brendan said, right? If Brendan had stated, we struck her on the head and we put the instrument in the garage, because remember, they were looking in Stephen's garage for a tool that was missing from the emergency kit.
The lug wrench out of her the toolkit that comes with the Toyota.
Yep. And they never found it, right?
No.
Never found it. So there's something not right.
Well,
they found one kit, but it was all new, brand new.
Well, what did they find in the back of the RAV4?
A lug wrench.
I mean, was her actual lug wrench in there? The one that came with the kit, and now it's disappeared?
Yep. You could see from the sides of where the paneling, something has been removed.
I mean, these, all these vehicles. I mean, that lug wrench that did get taken into evidence, that's from an emergency roadside kit. It has nothing to do with Toyota. So
No.
I'm talking about her regular lug wrench. Was that exactly what Harrington found and was reporting to Fassbender and Uyghur? We don't know because it's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. So, guys in chat, if you can explain that, you solve the case.
Please. And please solve the case. Give Doc and I a break from therapy.
Give us a call. But I can't explain it. As in Stephen doing it or Brendan doing it. Brendan has got no idea. Now, we'll do a couple of more slides just to show you how ridiculous this is. Look what happens. Look what happens next. So they question Brendan, right? They're trying to find out what the hell's going on, right? So shall we continue, guys? We've got a few more slides, then we're done.
That he was sorry for me to see that stuff.
Did he ask you to shoot her too, or did he tell you to shoot her?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
When you got home from school, do you remember if the fire was going then?
I didn't look.
When you knocked on the door to go in, was the fire going then?
Yeah.
Okay. When you knocked on the door to go into Stephen's trailer, was it still light out?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned that you took her back out. You shot her. Did anything else happen in this garage that is noteworthy? Because remember, we've seen the garage and we've got the evidence from the garage. Did you guys do anything else with her out in the garage?
No.
Anything with those ropes or bindings or anything like that?
No.
You took her out to the fire, and you're sure you used this creeper thing?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
We're just
sorry.
Yep, yes.
Fassbender. That's what you said. Brendan nods. Did you carry her on that creeper thing, or did you actually push it out there? You guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could push someone on there, and you can carry that thing, or did you just actually roll it?
We carried it.
Dangerous mind again. Okay, kind of. What would be similar to kind of do you know what I'm thinking of?
That thing that the ambulance.
Yeah. So you carried her like that,
Yeah.
and she was still unclothed at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. Ding.
Like what time was that?
About 5:30.
Was it light out or dark out?
Light.
And then you put her on the fire. You said, Brendan nods yes, and you put other stuff over that. You said.
Yeah.
Did you help Steve start that fire?
No.
All right. Okay.
My God.
Okay. So we've got monumental problems, huge problems. And that is they knew Teresa was chopped up. I'm sorry, that was insensitive. This poor lady was dismembered. And we know that because of the cut marks in the bones. They're not done by using garden instruments. They were done using a saw. So she was cut up. Now, they tried. You could tell. Fassbender and Uyghur going, are you sure you didn't do anything else to her in that garage? No. Are you sure you didn't use those ropes? No. Now, if you saw, I hate to say it, but if you saw what Ed Gein did to that lady, the lady victim, how he strung her up, that's all I'm going to say. That's what they were alluding to.
Yep.
Did you string Teresa Hallbach up and then cut it to pieces? No. Brendan has got no idea about the fact that Teresa Hallbach was dismembered.
No.
That alone, they should have sent him home. Kid, what the fuck?
Well-
You got no idea what you're talking about.
Another thing, Doc, Cherie, is that they're talking about this creeper, and she's naked.
Oh yeah.
There would have been DNA all over it.
Look at
There's
this.
no doubt.
Look at this. We've got a couple of more slides and then we're done. So let's think of the scenario, right? Teresa Hallbach is shot 10 or 11 times in the head, in the body, but she's also had her throat cut and she's been stabbed. She's naked, no clothes on, right? There's no alert by any HRD canine, no human remains detection canine anywhere outside, nowhere. So that meant there can't be any bloodshed. Even if the blood soaked down to the ground, these dogs will pick it up. Nothing. So notice what he said the time was. About 5:30. There's one problem, mate.
Dark.
6 o'clock, it's dark, and 6 o'clock, you're talking to Cornelie, right? And your brother saw you home before he went to trick-or-treating at 5:30, right? And we know because Carmen picked up Blaine at about 5:30, right? So Brendan has got it completely wrong. It's dark, it's not light, and he's home. He's still home. He's about to get a call by Cornelie at 6, right? And Brendan even tells Cornelie about how Blaine was dressed. That's confirmed by Carmen, confirmed by Cornelie. Brendan is not over there. Brendan is not involved in anything involving Teresa Hallbach, but this is where it gets completely crazy. He just said that they carried out Teresa Hallbach like a hospital, the gurney,
Right.
the stretcher. Let's have a look at the next picture. I'll put this one on X, right? This is completely insane. So now you've got this poor lady, Teresa Hallbach, who's been shot 8 or 9 times, right? 10, 11 times, including twice in the skull, right? Left, back. Her head is resting on that blackjack creeper. That's that blackjack creeper that's in the garage, right? That's what Brendan said, that him and Stephen put her, think about this, naked body on the creeper, and they held her like a hospital gurney and wheeled her out to the burn pit. There's not one drop of blood anywhere. So how in the hell can you carry Teresa naked with all the violence to her body and no dog picks it up? There's no blood. There's no evidence. To make matters worse, Lake 61.
And they tested that creeper too, right? I know they did. Yeah.
Did you find anything on the creeper? There was no biological material found on the creeper. Now, are you guys in chat starting to go, this is so bad?
Horrible.
But let's have a look at the next picture. So quite clearly, this is a preposterous idea that they carried Teresa Hallbach, right? And they had the dogs and the reports of the dogs. Cherie, would you like to read out the Julie Kramer report of the dogs? Do you see the slide?
Yes. Canine Brutus was now reassigned to check various specific areas, buildings with investigators. We first moved to the red mobile home, identified as Stephen Avery's. We checked the interior of the residence. Brutus checked the bedroom area, which with increased interest, but no alert. He alerted in the bathroom/laundry room with his trained bark alert. Alert number 4. No scent source was visible at.
That was the blood on the ground, the small droplets of blood that belonged to Stephen Avery. So straight away, that tells you 2 things. The dog works. Brutus did a proper hit, proper alert, detected. They didn't stick around to find the blood because they just went in there, checked the entire trailer. But the Lincoln Colburn and who was the other guy? Tyson. They went back in, they found it, they swabbed it, right? So Brutus, so far, 100% success rate. Brutus went inside the master bedroom, and the question was asked, no alerts in the master bedroom? And the answer is
No.
no, right? So quite clearly, if the dog can hit in the bathroom and pick up a small droplet of blood, you've got this horrendous ultra violence taking place in the master bedroom, and the dog goes, sorry, mate, nothing here.
Nothing to see.
They knew that. Now, they also took another dog, Canine Trace. I'll read it. Canine Trace checked the exterior of Stephen Avery's residence and red van in the driveway without alert.
Yep.
So therefore, you know that bashing scenario, the taking Teresa Hallbach to the burn pit on that creeper jack is complete bullshit. And yet, they knew it. And yet Brutus, when he was at the burn pit, bypassed the burn pit and ran to yonder burn barrel number 2.
That's right.
So how in the hell, sorry, Jack 61.
No. Go ahead, Doc.
I was going to say, how in the hell does Brutus walk past item BZ, all the cremains, and go straight to burn barrels, which is hundreds of feet the other way, and the dog alerted wildly at the burn barrels. So therefore, the dog was capable of smelling and detected, and he was correct. There were human remains in the burn barrel number 2. Yet, apparently, with all this ultra violence, Brutus missed the burn pit, went straight past the burn pit, missed any potential blood, would have gone past the bone that was in the grass, correct, Jack 61? The one found by Sturtevant and Joyce, walked straight past it and went to yonder burn barrel number 2.
Yep.
So again, the narrative that Brendan is presenting is not backed up forensically. To make matters worse, Fassbender and Wiegert knew it, and same with Kratz. But have a look at what Tom Fallon said during the trial. He wasn't going to put up with any of this bullshit. Have a look what he said. Jack 61, you want to read it out? So this is in the closing statement of the Brendan Dassey trial. Despite we knowing that it's all wrong, it cannot be proven forensically at all. Look what Tom Fallon says in his closing statement in front of Teresa's parents.
All right. And then Stephen Avery gets another monstrous idea. I know. Instead of burying her in a nearby pond, we'll burn her. But first, Brendan, you wait here. I got to go back and get the gun. And at that moment, the defendant becomes the silent sentinel for the last moments of Teresa Hallbach's life. Stephen Avery returns to that garage and shoots her 10 or 11 times on the floor of that garage. And in the blink of an eye, the killers become pallbearers, carrying her out on the blackjack creeper to the fire that's already started, to the fire that's ready to go under the cover of darkness, to a bonfire that's common on that property, carrying her to the funeral fire. Only this is not a funeral fire of days of antiquity where family and friends came to honor the dead for their life. This was not that. This was an incineration. It was not conducted to honor her. It was conducted to destroy her. It was conducted, more importantly, to destroy the evidence of their heinous acts. My God.
We just went through it. There's no evidence on the blackjack creeper. There's no blood evidence on the ground. There's no evidence of that event taking place, right? Brendan Dassey got the time of the day wrong. He said it was still light outside. Got all the major aspects of the crime wrong. And here's Tom Fallon at the end of his closing argument, talking about that they took her to the funeral pyre on the blackjack creeper, and there's no forensic evidence anywhere. What do people in chat think? You can't believe it. How the hell did they get away with it?
They sold the story.
They sold the story.
They sold it.
What does Mr. President say? Perceptions are what they are.
That's right. And they understand that, and they used it against people, against the defendants successfully.
Yep. So how are we going, Jack 61? We still got people in chat listening in?
Oh yeah. We're doing
Okay.
good. We got over 70 people right now.
Okay.
So
Awesome. Shall we do just a couple of more slides? We'll get back into the interrogation. So quite clearly, this whole idea of them carrying Teresa Halbach out on the blackjack creeper, there's no evidence for it, right? And it wasn't light outside. Clearly, it was dark. All right, let's go for it.
now, Fassbender, are you telling us the truth?
Yes.
Is it at this time that what do you do after you put her on the fire?
We put the tires on there and the branches.
Where'd that stuff come from?
He had it there already.
He did? Brendan, not yes. Okay. The fire's going and she's there. Tell me what you're doing now, or what you guys do. I mean, it's only 5:30 right now. What are you guys doing?
After we put the tires and the branches on, we went to the house and went in there for a little bit, and we went out, and he was going to take the Jeep down in the pit, so he did. And that's when we covered it with branches and the hood.
Did you guys go out by the fire some more that night?
No.
Oh my God.
The fire would have gone out.
Of course it would. Oh my God. Where did this car seat come from?
We got that.
Tell me how you guys got that.
I went over to my house and got the go kart, and he went to go pick him up, and we went over to get the car seat, and we put it on by the fire and waited for it to burn down, and we threw it on there, and we went to the Jeep.
Okay. So you went and got this car seat. Did you get anything else when you got the golf cart?
Well, old cabinet.
Where did you get that from?
Okay. So quite clearly, Brendan is able to recollect. Yeah. We collected all this stuff using the golf cart, right? That's exactly what Stephen said in the call, right? That him and Brendan collected stuff to clean the yard. And remember the call that Barb did with Stephen?
Yep.
About the collecting of the yard. So they all complement each other. That's not a bullshit event. They collected some items for burning. And to make matters even more ridiculous, right? Stephen wrote out invitations to his nephews to ask his friends to come over to a bonfire later on during that week. And that's pretty crazy when you think, wait, Stephen didn't clean up his burn pit. There are still human remains there, right? There's something not going on. So if you have a look at this picture here, you can see the seat, the car seat. But the car seat is not actually in the burn pit. If it was in the burn pit, someone moved it. And it's quite likely that seat, now thinking about it, Jack 61, could have been moved by Brendan. Because what did Brendan do on November the 2nd? He went back to the burn pit and he took out the tire rims. They obviously recycle them, right? They sell them for scrap metal.
Right.
And you've got the bunch of tire wire that was still in the burn pit that, who was it? Sturdivant? He's the one that used the rake and he raked it out, right? But here's the kicker. What did Brendan say? We put the seat on top of Teresa Halbach and we used rubber tires, correct?
Yeah.
Did Eisenberg detect any rubber residue on any of the bones?
No.
Did Eisenberg smell any rubber residue in any of the containers that the bones were in?
No, she did not.
Did Eisenberg detect any human biological matter or bone fragments on the seat that they put Teresa Halbach on? Or under? Nothing. And that's Pevito. They found nothing. Now,
that's right.
Notice all the negative stuff that we're finding and reporting is exactly what you would expect to find if Teresa Halbach wasn't there, correct?
That's right.
Correct? You see the ash stuff has been burnt. You see this, you see that. Is evidence of a fire taking place. There's no forensic evidence to suggest that a human being was in that burn pit. Correct? Now, you might argue, oh, yeah, but what about those bone fragments? Pevito was asked, can you determine the difference between a human being burnt there and someone with a bucket just tipping him in? What did he say, Jack 61? He goes,
He said
no,
no.
I can't.
Can't tell the difference. No, and
I
he
cannot
couldn't.
tell the difference. Right?
There's just no way.
Yep, he was being honest, right? So all the evidence of a human being burnt there, there's none, right? He couldn't distinguish between someone just getting a bucket, tipping him in and walking away. And what's crazy, it's only a subset of bones. There were no whole bones.
Right, and nothing from the torso, I don't think. I
No.
don't think there was.
No, there's no intact rib. There's no intact spine. There's no intact hip, shoulder. The large bones. 35% of the skull was recovered. Where's the rest?
Right.
Where is it? No one knows, right? They found bones. Where did they find bones? Under burn barrel number 2, 3 debris piles. Up to 60% of her body is missing. Jack 61.
I just think how fortunate, because I think a lot of what we see in our mind and in our opinions, whatever, can't prove it, of course, but I think we can definitely say on November 6th, when Reese was there taking photos, standing right there at that freaking pit, he didn't see no pile of bones there, and it doesn't show anything in the photograph. And I understand that it's a lower quality. It's a scan.
But there's no pile. There's no pile. But
No,
there's something not right, because if we ever look at the next picture, right, it becomes more obvious that something has happened, right? So if we just blow up the picture on top, that's the one taken by Trooper Reese, right? And we can zoom in onto the burn pit. There's no pile of bones, no matter where you look. But here's the scary thing. Brendan Dassey went there on November the 2nd to take out 5 tire rims. Are you trying to tell me that he wouldn't have smelt? Remember, according to the state, Brendan Dassey helped Stephen cremate Teresa Hallbart, and he goes back and he takes out 5 tire rims from there. A kid, and Earl said that he saw, or he's the one that recollected that Brendan took out 5 tire rims, right, from that burn pit. And Stephen wrote invitations to get the high school kids to come over for a bonfire at that burn pit. And you're thinking, wait a minute, the investigators on the 8th find human remains entwined in that wire. And you're thinking, that can't be right. Are you trying to tell me that Stephen is so meticulous, he's going to leave bone fragments in his burn pit while inviting kids to come for a bonfire?
No way.
And Brendan, because Earl said it, does that mean that Earl was there? Could it possibly mean that Earl was there as well, that saw Brendan take out the tire rims from that burn pit? And you're trying to tell me that not even one bone fragment, they noted one bone fragment? Oh, Brendan, you got the tire rims out, mate, but what the hell are those bone fragments doing in there? Remember what Brendan said. We put the tires on top of Teresa. There's nothing. Not in the seat. Nothing has been reported.
Nothing.
And the tire wire was left there till the 10th. And if you notice the picture down below, can you see the difference between the two photos? The tire wire has been taken out of the burn pit by Pevito, by Sturtevant. He's the one that raked it up.
Sturtevant, yep.
Sturtevant did, right? And you wonder how much Ertl saw of the original burn pit and said, mate, I'm not touching this. I'm not touching this. He knows something happened to it. Right?
Well, he may even saw Sturtevant and whoever going through this activity, and there may have been a conversation. We don't know. We don't know. But that's just speculating, thinking in my head. Sturtevant immediately goes to town and doesn't say anything about documenting the scene before they touch it.
No.
And I'm sorry. No.
And the rake, where did they get the rake? Jack 61?
Barb's house.
Barb's house. They got the rake from Barb's house, right? To rake out the burn pit. Nah. All right, guys. I reckon I think we got one or two more slides and we're done. All right, let's go for it.
I have to unmute before we can do anything. Okay. All righty, let's continue.
From in the back of the garage, of our garage.
Whose garage?
Ours, because we were using it to put it in the garage.
Anything else that you, let me start that again. Anything else that you went and gathered up with the golf cart?
Just the tires and the wood and the seat and the.
Okay, so you got more tires?
Yeah.
And more wood?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you do with all that stuff?
We put it in the fire.
Okay. Last night you mentioned, or Monday, you mentioned Stephen getting something, other things out of the garage. What were those things again?
The clothes.
Wait a minute. What? Brendan said he threw the clothes on the fire.
That's right. That he cleaned up the blood.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, something that you might use to.
Oh, the shovel and the rake?
Right. Did he get anything else like that out of the garage?
No, just them two.
And what did he use what did he use those for?
To like pile so he can get it smooth so he can fit the rest of the stuff in there.
Did you help him with that? Did you use the rake and the shovel at all?
All right. So if you're doing a fire, right, and you're putting extra stuff like brush, other components, is it unusual to use a shovel and a rake to help the fire?
No, absolutely not. No, you definitely want to use a rake or something you can move that stuff around and get it, on the hot part to burn.
So it's normal. You don't use you don't use a rake and a shovel just because you've got a human body in there, right?
Absolutely
You use it as normal instruments if you're doing a fire. So if you look at the next slide, right? They got the rake, they got the shovel. Did they find any biological evidence on either item?
No.
Nope. And mind you, you look at the rake, there's tire wire on there. That's the same tire wire where they had the human remains or the cranial bone fragments were found.
It's got those teeth too on both edges.
Yep. Did they find any evidence that they were moving Teresa Hallbach in that fire using those instruments?
No.
No.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
But clearly, what is Brendan saying? That they used the shovel, they used the rake, they're moving the fire, flattening it out. They found no biological evidence. And to make matters worse, look what they did to Brendan in court. We'll have a look at the next slide. They brought them in the courtroom.
Yep.
They brought him in the courtroom, and felons holding them, hoping to expect Brendan to go, "Oh yes, I remember we used them." Poor Teresa, she didn't even flinch.
He's making a big procession out of it.
Yep.
Big show.
They brought in the seat as well, the whole seat, right? And you have a look at Pevito. You know what they asked him? What are those marks down below? Oh, sir, that's evidence they've been in a fire.
Okay.
So wait, you're using a shovel and a rake to move items in a fire. Do you think because it's made of wood, it might turn black?
Oh, absolutely.
So they're presenting these things in a court in front of the judge and the jury. They must be going, oh my God, they use those things to push poor Teresa. The trouble is, you could have used the same instruments for a normal fire without Teresa being in the burn pit. Would you agree? It's the same instruments, right?
Yeah.
So this is they know. They know.
Yeah.
Fallon, Kratz, Garn knew they had that much on Brendan.
That's right.
These
Nothing.
words.
Just words.
That's it. So they brought in this big charade, this big show. Oh, look at this, look at that. Yeah, but and then Edelson said, yeah, but can you tie it up to Brendan? And what did we get say? No, they had 5 days to clean up.
5 days to clean up. Jesus Christ.
That's the only thing you could say, because they showed forensically nothing tied Brendan to the murder of Teresa Orbach. Zero. Now,
I so wish that Brendan and Edelson had challenged him. I so wish that.
Correct. But Edelson just let it off. So here's the question. We're nearly done. Had Brendan actually kept quiet, would he be home today?
I believe he would. If he just said, guys, I don't have anything to say. Thanks. Talk to you later.
If he told O'Neill, fuck off.
Yep.
I saw nothing. I'm going.
No. Oh, sorry.
Would he be in prison? Would it be in prison? No. No, they got nothing on him. They can't come back and say, we found this forensic evidence, we've got this DNA, we've got these fingerprints. They had zero. And that's the tragedy. The tragedy is they had nothing. Oh, we got another comment by Case 10. Want to read it out?
Well, I just wanted to address it, just to be fair to him, before he says, before you say no, they grabbed Barb's rake to gather things at the burn pit. Yes, we're aware of that. The thing is, for me, and everybody can opinionate all they want about, a special agent with the state going over to someone else's house to bring an item to what they consider a crime.
To tamper with a crime scene.
Well, that's right. I mean, if they're considering this the crime scene, or at least it was rolling in their mind, maybe they haven't made a defined thing that I don't want to put words in their mouth, but you're thinking to yourself, okay, he's saying, I'm just basing on what he said in court and in his reports. If he's thinking, okay, we got a crime scene here, and his first thought is not to just back out. Let's take some photos. Let's get things documented. Let's make some calls.
Call a coroner?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's make some calls. Get some people in here to get this took apart properly.
Yeah.
He goes messing around and poking around and goes over to Barb's to get a rake.
Yes.
I got a problem with that case. He's an experienced. He's not a rookie officer or agent. He's been around a long time. Anyway.
No. But you see, here's the issue. They got all these instruments, and allegedly Teresa Orbach was in the burn pit. They can't associate any of the instruments with Teresa Orbach. No biological matter, nothing. Zero. So if you had a normal fire and you were burning brush, other items that Brendan admitted to, that Stephen even said on the call, they just burnt a few things and that was it. Then exactly what are you going to find? You're going to find exactly what they found. Zero. The only thing that's missing is Teresa Orbach. Now, if Sturtevant goes and rakes up the tie wire, he's disturbing whatever is in there, correct?
Absolutely.
He's altering. That's why they said, that's why Strang and Buning said, the reason why you take in situ photos is to determine the location of the cremains, how the victim was in that burn pit. You don't disturb it. No. And what you don't find is they even said it, the anatomical continuity.
Yes.
Arm, leg, torso, head, everything has been disturbed. Everything has been moved. That's a problem. So if everything has been disturbed and moved, which it is, because you've got bones in Yonder burn barrel number 2 and the Manitowoc County gravel pit, how do you know they weren't moved to Stevens burn pit? And the answer is, you don't know.
You don't know. Yeah.
And even Eisenberg in the end had to admit, I found 3 sites, 3 locations that had cut, burnt human remains. Where were they? Manitowoc County Gravel Pit, Yonder
That's
Burn
right.
Barrel, Stevens Burn Pit. So her argument was, oh yeah, but every bone representation, bullshit. There was so much missing from the skeleton, it's not funny. So what she was trying to allude is, I found the tip of a finger, just say. The whole arm was there. That's what she's alluding to.
Yes.
Oh, it's representative of the arm. Yeah, but where is it? I don't know. What
I don't
about
know.
the ribs? Where are the ribs?
I don't know.
I don't know. What about the spinal cord? She
Gone.
found facets of the spinal
Yes.
cord.
Yep.
And she weighed them. I was horrified how much of Teresa Horbach is missing. The skull, they can't reconstruct the skull. Why? They only found 35%. And it's crunched. The skull was crunched, right? So, no in situ photos. You can't say anything. You know why? You got no photo. It's what one person says compared to another person. Then you've got the sifting. We went in there, we sifted the burn pit. How big's the burn pit? 4 foot by 5. You sifted the ash. Yes. How the fuck did item BZ get inside the tarp?
That's
The
right.
biggest find. And the answer is, who the fuck knows?
Yep.
No. There's something weird going on. And I showed it. I showed pictures. How in the hell can you have in the same burn pit desiccated muscle tissue and a bone that's porcelain, that's white, that had exposure to high heat, and you got muscle?
How the hell would anyone tend the fire that's that hot? There's just no way.
Nope. No chance.
That shovel and rake would have been burnt to a crisp in the fire that hot.
What did Brendan
I know.
say? What did Brendan say? We cleaned up the blood with
Yep.
paint thinner and gas, and my uncle told me to throw it on the fire. He would have burnt up himself. If you've ever, as a kid, thrown petrol, have you ever done this, Jack 61 or Cherie? Decide to throw some petrol on a fire?
I did it one time, Doc.
That was the last time you did it too?
I did it one. Yeah, you damn right. Because I thought it was gonna freaking ignite me. Yeah, that was the dumbest shit I've ever done in my life.
Yep. I did it with my friend when I was only a young kid. They had like a small little fire at the back. We decided, we've got to make this fire go a little bit quicker. And that's exactly what we did. Got a little jar, threw it on. We almost went up with it because it vaporized, right? And Brendan's cleaning up blood with gasoline, paint thinner, bleach. And his uncle says, go throw it on the fire. He would have gone up as well.
Yeah, I had a cousin of mine that had a bunch of brush and whatever piled up, and he poured some gas on it. And was putting more shit on top of it.
Yep.
But I wasn't there yet. So, but I came right before he was getting ready to start the fire. So what are you using, for ignite or whatever? He said, well, I'll throw some gas on. I'm like, you put gas on that? I just threw some gas. And I'm like, I'm out. And I backed the hell way up. Now, this was no small brush pile. It wasn't huge, but probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet around, and I don't know, 3 or 4 feet tall. It's quite a bit of brush and old sticks and whatever. Anyway, he had a long top match, struck it and threw it, and that shit ignited before it ever got there, and it blew half the damn pile off of it.
And did you hear a big whoosh sound?
Absolutely.
Yep. That's the last thing I heard. Oh my God. That's a lot. That's how close we were.
Yeah.
Right? You don't do that because it becomes aerosolized. And remember, he's got rags with a paint thinner, gasoline. No. Yeah. Stop. The important thing is to stop torturing yourself to try and convince yourself that Teresa was cremated in that fire. Just stop. No. Because it's so embarrassing. Nothing makes sense.
It's like
nothing.
That. It's like her, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or gross, but it's like Teresa's body was ran through that rock crusher. I'm sorry. That's just what it. I'm not saying that happened.
The bones were the size of
Crushed.
small rocks.
Right.
And even
terrible.
Eisenberg said that the skeleton went through trauma. It got crushed.
Absolutely.
Something really bad happened. Yeah. And like I said, remember right at the beginning where we talked about the timeline of when Growell smelt, and then also when Radon saw the fire earlier. And you're thinking, are those two events related? Well, it can't be, because Brendan is still home, right? He's still at home. Stephen's on a phone call, right? And you know that if you're going to cremate a human being, you need a lot of fuel, you need a lot of time, you need a lot of energy, and you've got to tend to the fire. Brendan just said, I asked him, after you put Teresa on the fire, did you go back out there? What did Brendan say? No. And remember what he said last time. We took the RAV4 to the pit. What'd you do? Oh, we went inside Stephen's house. Wait a minute, who's looking after the fire? No. It logically, no matter how you spin it, it doesn't work. The investigators know it. The investigators use it. It doesn't work.
I want to answer Case to be fair to him. We were talking about the shovel and so forth, and he says, that's exactly what I'm saying, Jack. How do we know the shovel that was hit on the Cuss Road wasn't taken from Avery's place? We don't know.
No.
For sure. We don't.
No. But what is interesting, though, Case 10, is that when Brutus alerted on the shovel and also on the disturbed earth, they took the shovel away. They brought Brutus back, and Brutus didn't alert on the shovel, but Brutus alerted on the disturbed earth.
Yes.
That's rather bizarre, right? Because, wait a minute, this is a human detection. It detects human decomposition. So if you're using a shovel to dig into a body, bones, torso, whatever, you're going to get biological material on the shovel. The dog's going to go crazy. That dog stop barking. We don't know what was that Cuss Road. According to the state, nothing.
Well, yeah, a couple of peat moss bags and a rotten pallet.
And yet Loof went down there, and also Brutus. And Brutus alerted.
And also what Fallon said. So there's clearly something we don't know that went down there.
Yep. And there was a big tarp at Cuss Road. You can see from the aerial photographs. It's big.
I'm convinced that there's still more evidence that we've not seen.
Correct.
The disturbed earth unsigned search warrant it makes it clear there's still things we don't know about.
Well, what do detectives normally do? Detectives normally hold back some evidence.
Sure.
And when they ask the suspect, what'd you do? Me and my uncle, we drove down at Cuss Road. Oh, yeah? What'd you do? Oh, put a body there for a little while, but we came back and, none of that. No. So Brendan got everything wrong. Oh, we put the knife in the under the car seat. No knife. We hid the rifle there. No rifle. None. So all the major things that only the killer would know got it all wrong. Look at the farce about the creeper of them carrying Teresa naked, cut, stabbed, shot, nothing. And what do we get say? Oh, we didn't expect to find anything. Of course not. Are you going to now admit that Brendan got his story wrong?
Of course
Even
not.
Think about it. A naked body on the metal surface, the secretions, right? The skin, the hair, just the horror of it, the urine, all biological stuff. They found fuck all.
Nothing.
Fuck all. And
Right.
I can't understand how people who are meant to be intelligent can't say,
Wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute.
This is wrong. This is wrong. And we've shown over these podcasts again and again and again negative findings. And we can only summarize they had 5 days to clean up.
5
That's
days
the
to
only
clean
thing
up.
we could say.
With no evidence
Only
of
thing we could say.
no evidence of a cleanup except for what was admitted to
Nope.
in the garage.
Nope. And despite all this mayhem, what does Stephen do? He writes out invitations to get
Come over to
kids
my-
to come over
yeah,
to the
come
burn
over.
pit.
Come over to the burn pit. Let's have a bonfire for Halloween.
Yep. I've never seen a case that's had so much negative findings and the kid's in jail.
Yeah, it's
Now, I understand with Stephen, you got forensic evidence. He has to explain how his blood got in the RAV. But quite clearly, Stephen is with Brendan. They're doing the same things. They're raping, they're torturing, they're murdering, they're cremating, they're dumping. You can't associate Brendan with anything. Wait a minute, he's there. And the story he's telling is impossible. The narrative that he's saying is impossible.
and Fassbender and Wiegert have to know this
That's
by
what
March
known
1st. By March
That-
1st, 2006. They have to know.
They had to have known that it's all bullshit.
That's right.
And yet the kid's in prison.
That's right.
Okay, I think we've got one more slide.
Yeah, this is it. 116A.
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Tell me again what he was doing with the rake.
He was like pushing the stuff around so he can put more stuff on it so it's even.
Show me what he was doing. You showed me the other day. Can you show me again?
Like going like this.
Oh, going like that. What kind of stuff was he pushing around?
Like the wood and that.
Note this. Was he pushing her around at all?
Where a cabinet.
Were you able to see her in the fire?
Just the forehead and the hands and the feet and a little bit of belly.
Which is straight from Kiss the Girls. Now, let's get this straight, right? They put Teresa Horbach in the burn pit. They put the cabinet, the seats, the tires. And Wiegert goes, did you push Teresa's body around? What did Brendan say?
No.
No, cabinet. He says cabinet. So all they're doing, think about this. You put in a human body, you want to make sure that the human body burns to a crisp and no one can ever find it. And Brendan goes, no, we never pushed her around. And
Yep.
that kid got charged with mutilation of a corpse.
Right.
Mutilation of a corpse.
And convicted.
Yep, correct. So you can see what Brendan is saying, or what Brendan is thinking, not working out. We've got a human body in the burn pit, but we never pushed her around, right? Oh, we were moving the cabinet, we were moving this, we were moving that. It is impossible. The scenario that Brendan is telling did not happen.
Did not happen. No
The
way.
kid was home. He helped Brendan. He helped Stephen. 100% agree. At 8:57, what does Stephen say? Because Brendan was home. You can't hear Brendan at 8:57, but clearly Stephen's outside, probably tidying up, probably finishing if there was a fire, making sure that it had gone out. And a little bit later, then he went to bed. Even told him what he did, right? But Brendan was home. So no matter how we look at it, no matter how we dissect it, there's no forensic evidence to back what he said. Nothing. Every
Nothing.
instrument he said that he used in the burn pit to transport Teresa, to do all these things, zero. The rape, you cannot prove. That's why they had to drop the rape charge against Stephen. There's no body. There's nothing. There's no biological evidence. Yet, because Brendan said, I had sex with her, all right, 60 years prison minimum. Is there any proof? No, there's no body. And Brendan described how Teresa was pinned up in the bed with chains, with cuffs, screaming. No one heard a damn thing. Blaine was at the critical time. Remember how I put the timestamps? How long Teresa Horbach has been missing? Hours. No one hears a thing. The only person who hears something is Brendan.
Yep.
And Brendan's narrative is completely destroyed. Everything. Time, events, the whole lot. And yet, he's in prison.
That's a good comment from Case, and we'll get to the questions. He says, I will say it again just for clarity. I think Stephen is guilty, but I do think Brendan needs to be freed. How can any of us help that? He's someone that will fight for him, in my honest opinion.
Well,
Yeah, the problem, though, Case, is that, without Brendan, you got real issues with the case. There's no headlight swab. There's no item FL. And that's a real problem for the state. So how that would work out, I couldn't say.
Yeah, the hood latch swab, which is dodgy as hell, connected Stephen to the RAV4 going under. Item FL is what crystallized Brendan's story, that she was shot in the garage. And I can take apart item FL in 1 minute. Easy. Item FL will not stand any court anywhere. It's junk. Right? So it's interesting what you said, that Brendan needs to be freed. Wait a minute. Brendan and Steve were together. One victim. You can't free Brendan and convict Stephen, because if you say that Stephen did this, it can't be in the manner which got Brendan in prison. It's got to be another manner, which means that if Stephen killed Teresa Horbach, it's not the way Brendan said. Correct?
That's right. And I think
it doesn't work.
I think, Doc, that for a lot of guilt or state advocates, however you want to term it, is that they believe Stephen did it, but not how the state presented it at trial. And then you have another huge problem.
But that's exactly what Susan said months ago. If they made Cuss Road work, even I would have gone.
Wait a minute. Yeah. What'd you find? What do you got?
But then you've got the problem of, why would he then take the RAV and Teresa back to his? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Right? So the whole thing falls apart. Whereas if you go with the hypothesis,
everything's off property,
that Teresa left and the murder occurred off the property, it all works.
Absolutely.
Being bludgeoned, it all works. And if you don't think that somebody would frame Stephen, you're dreaming. Stephen was going to damage the MTSO big time. Yeah. His name would have been in the paper daily. Kacerik and Vogel would have been thrown to the wolves.
I think he would have, walked away with a good chunk of change if that civil suit had continued.
Because the sympathy was with Stephen.
Oh yeah,
the sympathy was with him. What had happened? His whole family got destroyed. The relationship with his kids, his wife, everything destroyed. There's no going back. And the only way to reverse it is to make Stephen look like an animal with no heart, no conscience, that he was going to slaughter a female photographer, and all the evidence and the phone record all led back to him. And what? Then he invites his nephew to participate in one of the most brutal crimes you ever hear. The whole thing is bullshit.
Ultra violence. But,
ultra violence, correct.
Another huge part of the problem for me personally in the case is how the investigation was conducted and the integrity of not only that, but of the evidence itself, how it was collected.
Yes.
It presents major problems for me. Did I say, no, I don't do that kind of thing for a living, but I just know what I've seen in other cases, other detectives, and how they go about, and other crime scene techs go about their business and doing their job, what I would say properly.
And documentation.
Documented. Correct. That's right. That's exactly right. And say, okay, you got it. You got it right.
And I think this division between truthers and guilters is wrong. It's destructive.
It is destructive.
Guilters and truthers should actually unite and be angry at the investigators
Absolutely.
and Kratz. And truthers and I'll repeat it again. Truthers and guilters should unite and be angry because
Well,
we've been led down a garden path.
if
Everyone
they
has.
if they suspect that okay, something happened, but the story that was told in trial was not true,
Correct.
even if they believe that somebody's guilty, but they don't believe the story that was presented in U.S. court was not true, you got a
Correct.
problem, and you got to deal with it. That's just me, though.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And you see, you've got the roping in of a young kid who's very impressionable, who's very suggestive. And he got,
Terrible memory.
yep, he got dragged into something he never did. Now, if you think that Stephen is guilty, I can understand it,
Sure.
but it's not the way portrayed by the state.
No.
So Brendan should be released immediately because we've shown time and time again it's all bullshit. Everything he said, we found no evidence for, none. Right? So therefore, if Stephen had done this, it's something that we don't know about.
They had to know within 10, 15 minutes max that what he was telling them was a story. They had to know that. And it would be like, wait a minute, dude, what's going on here? We know that's not right.
Yep.
And they didn't stop.
Somehow they dropped Cuss Road. They dropped it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they didn't want to talk about the Manitowoc County gravel pit either.
No.
It all
They
disappeared. And
They do
Mick was
not want to
quarry.
talk about it. And
Mick was
Mickle's
quarry.
Quarry.
I just want to talk about that. They didn't want a coroner in. So
And they were in all these quarries multiple times.
Yes. Correct. So, there's a lot of weird stuff, right? This infighting between truthers, guilters, it's bullshit. It's exactly what law enforcement want.
Sure.
Because it doesn't put attention and the spotlight on them.
Which is
And
where it should be.
They are the ones that caused this division
Yes.
in the first place. And
Yes.
Mayhem, making a murderer, pointed it out, highlighted it in
Right.
85 and in 2005. And that's why if it wasn't for Mayhem, none of this, you wouldn't know any of this.
Even with all its warts, it opened up a world for millions of people to really look and see what's going on.
Correct. And Cam did the exact opposite.
Oh, they want it
didn't
buried.
open the conversation. It shut it down.
Right.
It shut it down.
They want
Blame
to stop.
Stephen. Exactly. Blame Stephen for everything. Don't look at the cops. Don't look at law enforcement. And even Earl, Stephen's brother, goes, oh, look, there's 60 cops. Are they all going to collude? Are they all going to No.
You didn't have to.
But mistakes get passed. And if there's no cross-checking, right, look what we've just done. We've got all the DCI reports, and we've got this person saying one thing, another person saying another. Wait a minute, there's a conflict here. And that time difference between what Blaine said and what Carmen said is crucial. Because
Massive.
on Cam and on the trial, when Blaine got home at 11, he saw Stephen out there. Oh my God, he tended the fire for out. No.
I think Barb would have been pretty upset if Blaine hadn't got home till 11 because it was a school night.
Furious. And Carmen even said, I was surprised that Barb let him out.
Because it was a school night.
It's a school night.
That's right.
Correct. And Brendan had to go to school the next day. Right? Now, come on. A 16-year-old kid going from never being in trouble to sexually assaulting a 9-year-old woman in front of his uncle and then participating in dismemberment, which he forgot, shooting and bringing this poor woman into a burn pit and then going home as if nothing has happened and goes to sleep with Blaine in the same bedroom, gets up in the morning, goes to school.
No big deal. No.
And yet he was traumatized when they had to put down the family cat.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't look. And he's standing next to a human being shot 11 times and he faints at the sight of blood.
No.
So you can see that when you stack all these elements together, the whole thing falls like a house of cards. It's bullshit.
Absolutely.
They know this. I believe Kratz bears guilt. Deep down, he bears guilt. He knows this. He can't be. Attack Stephen as much as you want, but it's not the way it happened by what the state is saying. Nothing happened in the trailer. Nothing happened in the garage.
I got to tell you, I mean, some things I certainly put square on his shoulders, but I'm beginning to suspect that there were things that law enforcement did that he was not told about. I can't prove that. I can't prove that, Doc. Sheree.
I think what really disturbed Kratz was the finding of the key.
Oh my God.
Even he knew. He most people would have said, "Oh, that's a eureka moment." He goes, "Oh fuck,
Yeah.
no one's going to believe this." In fact,
Well,
no
hell
one
no.
does. In fact,
No.
Colburn even changed his story to his boss in an email.
That's right. He did.
And then he got embarrassed in cam when he admitted, "I didn't know there were coins, air
What
freshener.
coins?
What the
Right.
fuck? I didn't
Right.
even see them." And yet he even said, he put his foot in it by saying, I got the cabinet and I shook it. And yet I shot a picture of November the 6th before Colburn rolled up. It's all there.
Sure.
It's all on the cabinet, right?
Right.
Which means he's lying. He is lying. He never touched the cabinet. Right? It was drop. Oh, Kucharski, you were meant to see it.
Yeah. Why do you say that, bud?
Didn't see it. All right. You'd imagine these three stooges going, "Oh my God, there's a key there. Did you see it before?" Nope. There it is. And they ran. They all ran, including Fassbender and Uyghur. And yet they find cremains. Did Fassbender and Uyghur roll up at the burn pit?
No.
No.
Nope.
Did Pagel? No.
No. No.
But they're all there one day prior at Cuss Road.
Right.
All of them.
All of them. Yep.
All of them. So
Doc.
you know that something is not right. Let's go for it.
We got a bunch of, we got several questions. I think some we might have answered. I don't know. I may have highlighted them incorrectly, but let's get to them. Let's go back to earlier in the podcast. So, Sheree, you want to read these or you want me to read them?
I can. Who's tending the fire at 1736 hours in darkness?
Nobody.
No.
Nobody.
No. Okay, another one from 3 out of 4s.
Stephen chewing tobacco?
He doesn't smoke.
Doesn't smoke or chew tobacco, as far as I know.
He doesn't smoke, and he rarely drinks. He's a teetotaler. He's very, very cautious. In fact, he even told Jody on the call, "I want no trouble in my life." Remember Jack 61? That's exactly what he said. He goes, "I don't want any trouble."
He didn't even drink much beer. I think he drank a little. I think he drank a little bit, but I think he stayed away from it.
And he's very upset that Jody's in prison for DUI.
Oh yeah, she had a real problem.
Yep.
Real problem. Anyway, all right. Next question from Joffrey, which we haven't seen in a while, and again, this goes back a couple hours. So take it for what it is.
Did Kratz know the case he presented was flawed, or did he just believe the cops were right?
Probably, in my opinion, I reckon a bit of both.
Yeah.
He plays win at all costs, right? Win at all costs. He knew what he did on March the 2nd. He destroyed Stephen and Brendan then and there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because he knew that shit. I'm gonna spew everything out, repeat what Brendan said, but I'm not going to check it. And now he's being embarrassed daily on X. The amount of people that ask him questions, what about this? What about that? And Jack 61 too. I've blocked Kratz. I refuse to talk to him anymore after the shit that he pulled regarding the pubic hair. Like someone, he was insinuated that somebody came in, got the sex rape kit and put Gregory Allen's pubic hair in there. No, these are sealed. This is from 1985. And no one's going to exonerate Stephen, right? So Kratz knew that his case was weak, super weak.
Yeah, I think he definitely knew that there were real issues.
Problems.
didn't want to talk about the Corys at all.
No.
Uh,
So
and
he
other-
what?
they didn't want Deb to catch up on the stand at all.
Yep. And the
Other-
voicemails. And the
and the
voicemails.
voicemail. Well, that brings up another problem with the voicemails is, not knowing procedure by heart, but it's really strange that neither one of those voicemails were property tagged and entered. They were not property tagged. Not that I can find. And I don't understand why. They're evidence. Why weren't they? I don't get that. Anyway.
Without doing a proper victimology, whether one was done or not, there are doors that Kratz didn't want you to go down, pathways that Kratz didn't want you to go down. The voicemails, he tossed out the jury. And also, I forgot to mention, when they were having a big argument regarding Blaine, they also tossed out the jury. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Because Blaine was saying stuff that clearly was wrong. And Strang goes, wait, you mean I can't show him his own statement? Oh, I don't know, Judge. They had a big argument. They tossed out the jury because they knew what Blaine was saying didn't make any sense.
No.
Blaine was sort of saying, remember about the burn barrel, the smoke, this? And Brendan said, no, I didn't see Steve come out. I was with my brother. So,
Right.
like I said, they were getting so many things wrong.
Yes.
That what Kratz, Fallon, and Gunn were doing with cherry picking. Same with Fassbender and Wiegert. What can we rule in? What can we rule out? What helps our case? Oh, you saw him with something put in the burn barrel. Oh, we got electronics in there. Okay, we'll believe it.
Yeah.
But Brendan's with Blaine. His own brother goes, no. And this is a guy that admitted to rape, admitted to murder. And he goes, I didn't see Stephen come out with anything. Burnley, what are you talking about? And his whole story regarding the burn barrel is completely ridiculous. And I showed you.
Yes. Totally ridiculous.
How's he going to see burnt electronics in the dark in a burn barrel and notice that it was full?
And it has a wheel on top of it.
Correct.
Sorry. No. All right. Next question. Mr. President.
If Barb didn't want her kids to have a bonfire with S.A. on Halloween, why didn't she tell S.A. to send Brendan home?
Well, she left. She left
Right.
with Scott.
Right.
And you could tell that there was some funny business going on because Brendan was meant to be home doing the dishes.
Yes.
And Barb wasn't happy with that because,
No.
well, look, Brendan, I did the dishes.
That's right.
Right. And unfortunately, Barb couldn't remember the time that she saw Brendan. Because
Right.
remember in the conversation, Brendan was, but I think she said Brendan was already there. Right?
Yep.
So she couldn't remember the exact time because she's coming and going.
That's right.
Right? But Barb wanted Brendan to have stayed home to have done the dishes. Whereas Stephen came over, got Brendan, they picked up a few items, but after starting the fire, what are you going to do? Nothing. It's just burning some rubbish. Brendan went back home. And that's where Blaine came. I reckon that's when Blaine came, around about 8:30. What did Stephen say in his affidavit? Brendan was home before Jody called.
Right. The second call. That's right.
The second call, it works perfect. You don't hear
Right.
Brendan at all. But Stephen's outside, probably just tidying up a little bit. Yet, one day prior, on the 30th, at 8:44, who's there with Stephen? Brendan.
That's right.
In the garage.
Exactly right.
That's it. So what's Stephen gonna say? Oh, Brendan, shut up. I'm talking to Jody. And
Right.
remember, Brendan got all the call times wrong, except when Jody called twice within 10 minutes, which was October the 30th.
On the 30th. He was there. He knew.
Where were you? I was sitting down on the couch. Where was Stephen? I was on his computer.
Right.
Wait a minute. Aren't you meant to be getting ready for cremation?
Right.
Dismemberment? No, he got the day wrong.
You did.
That's
There's
it.
no doubt. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Next question from James Crane.
Could they have got Brendan to watch Kiss the Girls off the record? Play the video seems like a technique to bring those memories up and confuse them with reality.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Brendan's a kid that is a very poor communicator. He can't communicate his thoughts and ideas very well. He gets confused. Same with Blaine, and same with Barb, same with Stephen. Would you agree, guys? They kept on getting events completely ass about face. They kept on making so many. Remember, they're under pressure by law enforcement.
Well, and I
right?
agree with that, but I also think that for a lot of people, especially if you're trying to look back, several days or even several weeks, you're gonna fuck it up. Unless
You will.
something significant nails
Yes.
that time in your forehead, you're not gonna get it right.
No, you're not. But to me, what crystallized it that Brendan was talking about the film was the haircut scene. You're not going to randomly pull out, I cut her hair out of the air, are you? Not even the detectives believed Brendan. They're going, what the hell, Stephen? Are you kidding? He cut her hair? Are you guys? Your mother could walk in, your brothers can walk in. You're bothered about cutting some hair? You got to get rid of the victim, right? And fast. No, they just took their time, went to the lounge room,
Well,
had a talk, had a soda,
the other thing that I've thought about with
phone calls.
James' comment is that we don't know what happened between audio recordings and what conversations took place. They could have said, "Hey, Brendan, you been watching anything or seen anything like it lately you like?" And he brings up Kiss the Girls. Man, that was a really creepy movie.
Yes, it was.
Fassbender keeps saying, "Play that videotape in your head." Where
Correct.
the hell does that come from? That comes
Yeah.
from somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know, Doc.
Yeah, and
All
if you're a young kid, like I said, you go back through your own time when you were young and you watched a horror film or violence, you remember the key critical elements
Absolutely.
of the film. And the cutting of the hair was dramatic. Like when I first saw it, my jaw dropped off there. Shit. That's exactly what Brendan said. And when I saw the lady chained up, party over. He got it straight from the film. Straight. Everything. It's the pattern match. It's not random. It's like a 1:1 description of what he was saying transpired.
Right.
Everything. The knife, everything. He even drew the same knife with a handle, and it was black. It was from the kitchen. You couldn't make it up.
All right. Next question. Another question from 3F4s.
Was Ryan and Scott Blodorn asked to provide DNA or prints?
I think Scott Blodorn provided prints because he was applying apparently for the FBI because there's an FBI card with his prints.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about Ryan.
I don't think Ryan. I don't think so.
No, and neither Scott or Ryan were considered suspects.
Correct. That's right. No, they were never treated as suspects ever.
No.
Okay. Another question from 3F4s.
Did Sherry Culhane provide her palm prints? I guess it probably means palm. I don't know.
I know that the lab techs have to provide their DNA.
Yeah.
Because when they're doing PCRs, there's a chance that they can contaminate themselves, which they did, because that's how Culhane found her DNA in the PCR negative control. Because when they ran it through the database, her profile ran up. She would have gone, fuck.
Yeah.
Literally. Yeah.
Probably.
So normally detectives do, because they're at a crime scene and they could touch things accidentally and leave their own prints. I'm not sure whether Culhane did.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the bonding, because they have to. There's certain things they have to do. I'm sure as crime analysts or lab techs, but I'm not sure about fingerprints. I would imagine maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know her DNA. Definitely her DNA.
Okay, next question from Mr. President.
Why didn't Uyghur ask Brendan about the bloody blunt instrument?
Because they were hoping Brendan was. You get it? They were hoping that Brendan was going to say it.
Yes.
Never did.
No.
So say they did have the blunt and bloody object, which meant that they bludgeoned Teresa, right? So if Brendan had said, we whacked her on the head, do you think
Right.
Jack 61, Cherie, me, and everybody else in foul play will be here?
No.
Nope.
Done. It's over. Party over.
Finished.
You did it.
Yep. 100%.
Absolutely. Okay, next question from 3 Ref Force.
How many times is her throat cut?
One time. And he even said, I put her neck, don't worry, we'll do that in the next podcast. He went till I show you the pictures because I put her head back.
Yeah, that's going to be something. Mm.
And according to Fassbender,
just a nick.
No blood. It was just a surface nick.
Right.
And same with the stab wound. Same with the stab wound. Just surface, no blood.
Insane. All right, another question from 3 Ref Force.
Why didn't Strang ask that, Jack? I forgot what that was in reference to. But.
I don't remember. I should have highlighted that one when we were talking about it. I don't remember what you were talking about there, 3 Ref Force. Maybe you can think of it. All right, next question from Sheila Hawkins.
Was the only sweat DNA per Krampus Kratz on the hood latch?
Yeah, but it's not sweat DNA. It's touch DNA.
Touch DNA.
There's no DNA in sweat per se. It's from cells that you shed. And we shed, I worked it out. I think it's 9 cells per second. A huge amount of cells that you shed per day.
Crazy.
It's scary. It's scary.
Okay. Next question is from Alligator 57.
Why do you suppose blunt instrument was not planted at SA's place?
They were looking for it. They were looking for it. They were looking for that tool in the kit that was missing. I couldn't find it.
Nope. As far as I know, they never found it. As far as I know.
Yep.
Okay. Next question from Andy B.
In the Zellner blood splatter reconstruction, I'm surprised there isn't any blood spots on the rear of the car in front of the door. Anybody else think that's an unanswered question too?
Oh, you mean on the front? Well, if this is a good one. If the door's open like that, blood would not get on the back side of the door, right? It'll all be sprayed to
inside,
to the side, not on the other surface. But what they did find is A23. I don't know who that belongs to, right?
No.
Are you trying to tell me that Colhane, if there was a suspicion that it was Teresa's or Stephen's blood, that she wouldn't have done it again? You imagine how powerful it would have been for Kratz to say, we found Stephen's blood on the door latch. He's done like a dinner.
Yeah.
Done like a dinner.
Yeah.
But where do you find Stephen's blood instead? Inside the wrap. Sealed.
That's right. Sealed.
Not outside. Inside. Yeah.
Okay. Last question is from Under Your Scars. This is a foul play question.
Oh.
Are we ever going to see Alice and Duke again?
I think we will.
Yeah, I
think
so.
we will. I think we will.
Alice
Go
ahead, Doc.
I miss him a lot. And Alice adds a dimensionality that nobody else can. And Duke, with his analysis, is superb. That to me, his presentation on the sifting was a game changer. It's something that I never really considered that seriously. But when he put up the instruments, and then him and I and Jack 61 and others, we went through it, thinking to myself, oh my God, how did the bone, how did item BZ go through I think it was 2 or 3 sieving screens and end up in the tarp. Man, that was just mind-blowing.
And not
Yeah.
found until the 10th. And then he points out also,
Correct.
he also points out that the tarp
Joyce,
that they used at Joe's, but the tarp that they used at Nichols Quarry, I don't think we really know what happened. Where it's at.
yeah, and Joyce coming from Mickles Quarry in a van, and
That's
then
right.
ended up at the salvage yard.
That's right. The evidence van.
The evidence van. Correct.
Yep. So that's all the. Let's see.
Awesome.
Let me just check the private chat here. I think I got pretty much everything that.
I think I think maybe 1 or 2 in there, but most of them you've got.
Yeah, I think we got pretty much everything. But it's we've been
4
we've been on
hours.
it a while. Yeah, we're we're going a marathon.
I think we need to eat. Yeah. So look, I do apologize that the podcast went for a while, and I'm sure Andy B's happy that we didn't go. But at the end of the day, we got to give her its due course. We're not going to just quickly go through it. This is important. There's a kid who's spent more than half of his life in prison. He shouldn't be there.
No.
With Stephen, you got an argument. Yeah, I understand that. But with Stephen, if you're trying to argue that he did it, you're going to run into some really high. You're going to run into some big problems as well. But with Brendan, the kid should be home. There's no doubt about it. No, Jack 61, Cherie, everyone, Neverly, all of us. We've looked at this case for 6+ years, trying to find him guilty, trying to find Brendan guilty, right? Oh, maybe he did do it, right? I can't link him, associate him with the crime at all. Makes no sense.
No.
And it's only because Barb had left that Barb couldn't give an accurate time on when Brendan went home.
Correct.
Right? And only if Barb said, well, he was home at 8. But now, when you factor in Carmen's observation that she dropped off Blaine 8:15, 8:30, oh my God, that changes the total dynamics. And I believe her. She's a mum, right? She wouldn't get it wrong by 3 hours. It's a school night.
What would has no motive to do that either.
No. And she described that he was wearing a costume, exactly what Brendan and Cornelie talked about. Oh, you should have seen the way Blaine was dressed. Got it right. Unreal. But you see, the investigators don't want you to go that deep because you're putting holes. And Cam avoided all of it. Their focus was on Stephen, the rapist, the animal hater, this. They never said, okay, we're going to show you how it went down.
No. I'll try to, if I can remember to do it, I'll try to link that DCR report from Carmen in the video description later. I think it's 141. I'm almost positive it is. I'll try to get that link in there for anybody that wants to read it. So
don't worry, next week I'll show you the pertinent bits. and that's fantastic, right? That's why we get feedback from you guys. Oh, what do you want? What do you want to see? Where do you want us to go? And Brendan Dassey is the Rosetta Stone of this whole case.
Oh, yeah.
You rip him apart, that helps Stephen. Right? And it's amazing how much research offshoots from Brendan's narrative. And all we're doing is we're tearing Brendan apart. That's exactly what Strang and Buting were going to do to Brendan had he appeared on the stand at Stephen's trial. They would have ripped him a new one. And Brendan would have gone, yeah, here, it's all bullshit, made it all up. Yeah, and the jury would have been going, what? Yeah, not good. All right. Well, look, guys, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed what we covered. Next week, we'll continue. Don't worry, there's so much more to what happened to Brendan that we're going to go through. If you've enjoyed our podcast, please considering subscribing. And if you enjoyed it, put your DNA in the thumbs up button and please share our podcast. no matter what platform you're interested or watching from. And just we'll quickly go down the panel, how things are coming along. Jack 61.
Yeah, going good. We finished up with the queso dispatch calls, and I thought about this in the beginning when I started that whole project about where to end up, and I could just let it go and start with something new. But there's one more thing, and I really want to do it, and I'm going to start tomorrow. And this is a list, and actually this was created and thought of by yours. He kicked it by me and Zoe months ago, or I say months ago, it's been a couple of years now. But this is the key calls list, the playlist, and that list is up to roughly 55 or 60 different calls. Now they run from the beginning of the case until long after the verdicts and all that. We've got some really interesting calls in there, but it's without all the bullshit. These are all relevant calls, and I want to go through that list. I want to go through it because I think it's going to generate even more questions about certain things.
Well, Jack 61, just listening to those 3 calls, look how much information we dug out of those. Just
That's right.
3 calls.
That's right. Exactly. Right.
Unreal. Because now you can see where the connections are. Whereas before, you couldn't because they were all in isolation, right? But when you thread them together,
that's right.
Incredible.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too far into this. What do we think about what is a key call? And to me, it's a call that's outstanding, that shares some relevance into a segue into the investigation of either something that we did get or something we should have got but didn't, right? So anyway, I'm going to start that project tomorrow. I don't think it's going to take more than a couple of podcasts to get through it, but I want to go through that list. And in reality, there's a couple of calls that I want to add to it that I'm probably going to throw into the mix, but we'll see. Anyway, tomorrow at 5 Central. I know it's early for you, Doc, but
I'm still in bed.
Well, you can jump in if you can. If you can't, I get it. It's early as shit. I understand. So anyway, I hope to see everyone there, and certainly appreciate everyone sticking around as long as they have. It's been a long one, but been really good. A really great discussion. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Awesome. Cherie, what about yourself?
I agree. Thank you very much for the presentation. Once again, it was illuminating, thought-provoking, and look forward to the next one.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cherie. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the podcast. Please keep your comments coming in. I'll read them all and tell us what aspects of the case you'd like to get into, and we'll do so. Again, guys, thank you so much. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.
And on the way out, I'm going to say my ending screen today is an excerpt from the reply brief that Fallon and Kratz wrote concerning the clandestine burial site and the bones. With that said, I'll say this has been a Foul Play production.